Chapter 380. With the election of the Eastern Alliance leader, the climax of the entire Alliance meeting had arrived. Under the leadership of the Alliance leader, all the powerhouses made a blood oath and set up an agreement. After the agreement was made, the Stargaze Palace hosted a grand banquet to welcome the guests from all over the world. Instantly, the atmosphere became lively. After a few months of preparation, the entire Stargaze Palace was satisfied with the result of this Eastern Alliance meeting. Not only did they become the Eastern Alliance leader, they had also left a deeper mark on the Stargaze Palace. Indeed, this step had established a solid foundation for the Great Luo to ascend to the upper-ranking empire. Now, the Stargaze Palace had completed the Eastern Alliance meeting. Next, they would need to use the name of the royal family to proceed with their ascension. Everything seemed to have flowed naturally. The Great Luo started to make the final preparations. In the human countries, the upper-ranking empire was the highest existence. Thus, the so-called ascension was nothing more than a self-designation. Of course, this self-designation carried a lot of knowledge. It was not something that one could do as they wished. At least, to gain the position of an upper-ranking empire, they must gain the recognition of the other three upper-ranking empires. Once they had gained the recognition, they could start this self-designation ceremony. Or else, it would be a form of overstepping their authority and would attract the hostility of the other upper-ranking empires. They might even join hands to attack them. Thus, it was necessary to test the reaction of the three upper-ranking empires. Among the three upper-ranking empires, the Red Dragon Empire had just become enemies. Naturally, they did not need to care about their attitude. Their focus was the Sky Travel Empire and the Nine Raven Empire. The Great Luo had sent out envoys to visit these two upper-ranking empires. On one hand, they were making the final preparations to ascend to the upper-ranking empire. Since Qin Wushuang had a rare moment of free time, he was training with Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast. Currently, Qin Wushuang held a prominent position in the Stargaze Palace. Thus, he was able to enter any training place in the Stargaze Palace. On this day, Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast were having a good time sparring. Suddenly, Bao Bao felt something and stopped. "Senior Lone, stop for a moment." Stunned, the Purple Flame Electric Beast cried out, "Bao Bao, just fight if you want to, why are you stopping?" Bao Bao sat on the ground. "The chi inside my body is rolling, it seems that I am about to break through." The Purple Flame Electric Beast screamed strangely, "Impossible. Bao Bao, didn't you say that you just entered the perfect stage not long ago? How did you break through?" Bao Bao chuckled. "This is the benefit of having the bloodline of the divine monkey." Qin Wushuang moved closer. "Bao Bao, are you truly showing signs of a breakthrough?" Bao Bao nodded seriously. "Boss Wushuang, yes, isn't it too fast?" Initially, Qin Wushuang felt that he had already increased his strength quickly. However, in less than half a year, this Bao Bao was about to break through again. And this breakthrough was not an ordinary one. Instead, he had entered a brand new realm, the Void Martial stage. The Purple Flame Electric Beast swore, "Darn it, Bao Bao, before I was sealed, I was at the peak of the perfect stage. Now, I have not sensed any signs of a breakthrough. If you break through, where will I put my face?" Bao Bao said proudly, "Senior Lone, are you jealous of me?" The Purple Flame Electric Beast said angrily, "Jealous my ass. I will also train in isolation and aim to break through as soon as possible. I cannot let you, little Bao Bao, leave me behind." Qin Wushuang knew that both the Purple Flame Electric Beast and Bao Bao were rare genius spiritual beasts. Bao Bao possessed the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey and had acquired that 10,000-year holy object, the Holy Ivory Flower. Since the Holy Ivory Flower had awakened the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through in the spiritual martial force. If Bao Bao was only at the initial stage, it would be possible for him to jump to the perfect stage. It would not be a problem for him to break through levels, not to mention it was only one level. "Boss Wushuang, then I will have to trouble you to protect us." Bao Bao made a face. Qin Wushuang laughed, "Okay, this is a small matter. No accidents will happen in the territory of the Stargaze Palace. However, I still decided to protect you guys. Bao Bao said to the purple flame electric beast with a smile. Senior Lone, how long are you going to train in isolation? The purple flame electric beast cried out, 10 days. No, 1 month, no, 3 to 5 months. Ha, it's none of your business. Bao Bao laughed. Senior Lone, how is this isolation training? You are clearly acting out of spite. I only need 1 month, at most 1 month, and half a month at the fastest. How about we have a competition? The purple flame electric beast said angrily, let's do it. Okay, Senior Lone, how about a month? If after a month, you have not broken through, and I have, you will serve me for 3 years for free. You will massage my back and shoulders, and no excuses. How about it? The purple flame electric beast laughed strangely. If you are not afraid that I will crush your little body, let's make a bet. However, Qin Wushuang said, you two buffoons, don't play tricks. Go and train in isolation. Don't force yourself for a month. After a month, I think the Great Luo Empire will have some progress in becoming an upper-ranking empire. If one of you guys can break through to the Void Martial Force, it will be an unexpected surprise. Bao Bao laughed. Boss Wushuang, just watch. Qin Wushuang said, go. Finally, these two buffoons did not play tricks and went to train in isolation after finding a place. Since Qin Wushuang was alone, he did not stay idle on the outside. Ever since he had absorbed Zhao Heng and Dao Haitang's spiritual qi, his Dantian had been extremely active. Although he had not reached the edge of breaking through to the perfect stage, he had already shown some signs. As long as he kept training at this speed, a breakthrough would happen sooner or later. Now, Bao Bao and Lone are both advancing by leaps and bounds, I cannot fall too far behind. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, it seems that I must work harder. With the whip from Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast, Qin Wushuang did not dare to neglect his training. He knew that he had an advantage in training. That was, his powerful body. Regardless of how he absorbed the spiritual qi, he would not need to worry about the spiritual qi attacking his body. He knew that everything had benefited from those 2 spiritual light baptisms from the 7 deadly formation arrays. Ever since Qin Wushuang had entered the 3rd circle, he had become even more curious about this 7 deadly formation arrays. The 4th circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays was at the Xian Yuan Mound. In the end, who is the owner of that 7 deadly formation arrays? What kind of secrets are hidden behind this 7 deadly formation arrays? Qin Wushuang could not help but feel more expectant. On that day, Miss Mu Rong had said that there is also a Qin in the Xian Yuan Mound. In the end, are the ancestors of the Eastward Qin related to that Qin in the Xian Yuan Mound? Qin Wushuang was also looking forward to it. He still remembered that secret ancestral instruction his father had told him. It said that inside the ancestral house of the Qin, there was a mechanism. This mechanism could only be activated by a perfect stage warrior. The perfect stage was already the strongest existence in the human countries. And this strongest existence had only just acquired the qualification to activate that mechanism. It was apparent that if the Qin truly had a headquarters, it would be related to that Xian Yuan Mound headquarters. Even if they were not related, for sure, the headquarters of the Qin would be an exceptional existence. Only, according to the ancestral instruction his father had told him, the headquarters of the Qin should have encountered some kind of crisis. Or else, how could they have recruited strong men from the secular powerhouses? Although there were thousands and thousands of clues, Qin Wushuang no longer thought about it. His priority was to increase his strength to the perfect stage. Then, he would go to the ancestral house of the Qin to see what kind of mysteries were contained in that ancestral mechanism. Perfect stage. Qin Wushuang's goal was unprecedentedly clear. A trace of wild lights flashed in his eyes. That Gai's Tianzi has returned to the Xian Yuan Mound to further his studies. Sooner or later, he will advance to the Void Martial stage. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will not get involved. However, they can increase Zhuo Tianzi's strength and bestow him with some powerful weapons. By that time, this Zhuo Tianzi will be a great threat. Since I have already started, I must go all the way. This Zhuo Tianzi must be eliminated by the roots. Qin Wushuang became bold as he thought. Only, I must be careful when making this move. I must let him die without knowing the reason and not let the heavenly Luo Daoist sect find any clues. Currently, Zhuo Tianxi was inside one of the courtyards of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Currently, his entire body was brimming with a wave of joy. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy. It seemed that he had walked out from the haze of defeat at the hands of the Nine Palace faction. Stargaze Palace, Zhuobuchuan, Tan Zhongqi, and those two bastards, just you wait. The day I leave the Shen Yuan Mound will be the day I make a comeback. Humph, becoming an upper-ranking empire? I will let you guys go to the underworld in this beautiful dream. Zhuo Tianxi kept harboring evil thoughts. While he was thinking, the door of one of the courtyards opened and an elder with white hair and beard walked out. He waved at Zhuo Tianxi. Tianxi, come here. Zhuo Tianxi walked over in high spirits. Uncle, how did it go? That elder said, count yourself lucky, the sixth Shakyamuni already agreed to give you a sealed void martial stage spiritual beast. Tianxi, if this time, you still fail to live up to expectations. Even as your uncle, I can't help you. Zhuo Tianxi immediately expressed his stance. Uncle, this time, I have a sealed void martial stage spiritual beast. Plus, I have already entered the void martial stage. If I cannot destroy the Stargaze Palace, not to mention you, I cannot forgive myself. That elder was Zhuo Tianxi's uncle and an elder with a good position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And in the sect, the elders were second only to the Shakyamuni and the Dao warriors. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, there were 4 Dao warriors, 9 Shakyamuni and 40 or 50 elders. Thus, although Zhuo Tianxi's uncle, Luo Yang, was an elder, he could not do whatever he wanted in the sect. This time, for Zhuo Tianxi, he had already given up his face. And the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had almost violated the 10,000-year ancient agreement because of the matter with the Nine Palace faction. Once the enemies of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect made an issue out of this matter, it would be detrimental to the future of the sect in the Shen Yuan Mound. Thus, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not step out for the Nine Palace faction. To help Zhuo Tianxi to this extent, Luo Yang, as his uncle, had already done all he could. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 381. 10 days later, before the mountain gate of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Zhuo Tianxi was prepared to bid farewell to the sect and embark on his journey home. Currently, after going through the special baptism of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he had already broken through the obstacle from the perfect stage to the void martial stage. Not only that, he had also acquired a sealed void martial stage spiritual beast. Just like the one Luo Yun used in the past, it was sealed inside the beast talisman and could be summoned to battle through a secret technique. Its power was not to be underestimated. Uncle, you can go back. I'll go back to the human countries. This time, I will not disappoint you and will not bring shame to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Yang raised his white eyebrow and said coldly, I hope you will not go back on your words this time. If you still lose this time, you don't need to come to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the future, don't call me uncle. Zhuo Tianxi said confidently, Uncle, I won't make any mistakes this time. Go, reorganize the sect and nurture more young disciples. If you can send 1 or 2 exceptional talents to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would be your greatest contribution. Zhuo Tianxi made a solemn vow, Uncle, don't worry. Tianxi will do his best. Let's go. Luo Yang waved his hand and was about to walk in. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from the side. Both of them had young faces, and one of them was Luo Yun. The other one was even younger. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were like bright stars. He was extremely handsome and confident. Luo Yun was arrogant and haughty in the human countries, but in front of this young man, he was submissive. He wanted nothing more than to think of ways to curry favor with this young man. Zhuo Tianxi, take care. Luo Yun shouted. When Luo Yang saw Luo Yun, he did not even move his eyebrows. This Luo Yun was Luo Yang's nephew and was not an outstanding figure at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Therefore, Luo Yang did not show any joy when he saw Luo Yun. However, when he caught a glimpse of the young man behind Luo Yun, Luo Yang's expression changed. Young Master Luo Ting. Luo Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Ting. He was one of the top 3 figures among the young generation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although he was young, many of the middle generation and young generation disciples could not compare to him. It was not an exaggeration to say that this Luo Ting would most likely become the leader of the next generation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He might even become the next Dao warrior, Elder Luo Yang. Luo Ting slowly walked up and greeted Luo Yang. Currently, although he held a high position in the sect, he was still a disciple. Before the elders of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it was inappropriate for him to act presumptuously. And this Luo Ting also appeared to be refined and courteous, with a good upbringing. Young Master Luo Ting, what brings you to this old man's humble abode today? Luo Yang laughed. Luo Yun hurriedly said, Uncle, this young Master Luo Ting is here to ask about a matter. Luo Yang nodded. What does young Master Luo Ting have to ask? Luo Yun hurriedly said, Young Master Luo Ting wants to ask Zhuotianzi about someone. Actually, I have already told young Master Luo Ting about this person. However, to be on the safe side, young Master Luo Ting wants Zhuotianzi to recognize this person as well, in case he gets the wrong person. Zhuotianzi knew that Luo Ting was an important figure in the training hall and hurriedly said, Please ask young Master Luo Ting. Luo Ting nodded his head lightly. I heard from Luo Yun that when he was handling some matters in the human countries, he was stopped by a mysterious woman. Is that right? Zhuotianzi did not stop as he nodded. Yes, that woman is exceptional. She spoke with assurance and seemed to be very arrogant. Luo Ting frowned slightly. When Luo Yang saw the situation, he immediately shouted, Tianzi, you should answer the question properly, don't make random comments. Shocked inwardly, Zhuotianzi immediately nodded. Yes, Luo Ting said, that woman was very young and had a maid next to her, right? That's right, that woman was dressed in light yellow clothing and had a beautiful appearance. Indeed, she had a maid with her. That maid seemed to be even younger and only appeared to be 14 or 15 years old. With a profound gaze, Luo Ting slowly took out a scroll. He shook his hand and it was a piece of fine brushwork painting. Inside the painting, there was the appearance of a woman. This woman had an exquisite body and a stunning appearance. She looked exactly the same as the woman he had seen at the Stargaze Palace. It was as if that woman had walked out from this painting. That's her. Zhuotianzi blurted out. Finally, Luo Yun let out a long sigh of relief and said, Young Master Luo Ting, I did not remember wrongly. Now, Zhuotianzi has also confirmed that the woman we saw is the one in this painting. Instantly, Luo Ting's expression became much more solemn. Hearing Luo Yun's endless chatter, suddenly, he laughed. Luo Yun, this time, it's all thanks to you. Luo Ting would never forget this kindness. In the future, if anyone of the younger generation bullies you, just tell them my name. Luo Yun was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Luo Ting. Luo Ting waved his hand. Elder Luo Yang, sorry for the inconvenience. After he had finished speaking, he cupped his hands in a salute to Luo Yang and left. To Zhuotianzi, a person of the human countries, he did not even show any extra courtesy. Although Zhuotianzi felt it was unfair, he had been questioned by him. After all, he owed him half a favor. How come he did not even greet him? However, inwardly, he only thought about it for a moment and suppressed it. He knew that in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, a person that even his uncle did not dare to let down his guard was definitely an existence that they could not afford to offend. Tianzi, why are you still standing there? Luo Yang shouted when he saw Zhuotianzi still standing in the same place. Zhuotianzi realized the light and turned to leave. However, Luo Yun was curious. Uncle, could that girl in the painting be young Master Luo Ting's fiancée, the Missy of the Mu Rong clan? Luo Yang glared at him. Don't ask what you should not ask. Luo Yun retreated and did not dare to let out a fart. Half a month later, at the entrance of the Nine-Raven Temple at the Nine-Raven Abyss. A special envoy from the Nine-Raven Empire had come to seek an audience with the divine chiefs of the Nine-Raven Temple. This special envoy was not an ordinary figure. He was the crown prince of the Nine-Raven Empire. After a moment, a butler walked out. "Crown Prince, please come in." The Nine-Raven Crown Prince did not dare to neglect as he walked inside carefully. At this moment, the 5 major divine chiefs of the Nine-Raven Temple were all sitting inside the main hall. "It's an honor to meet with the divine chief." "Ha ha, Crown Prince, you may rise." One of the divine chiefs of the Nine-Raven Temple said, "Please take a seat." The Crown Prince sat down carefully and said, "Divine chiefs, the special envoy from the Great Luo Empire has arrived and sent an invitation to the Nine-Raven imperial family to send a representative to participate in their upper-rank empire's self-naming ceremony. My father does not dare to make a decision on this matter, so he ordered me to ask for your opinion." The Great Luo Empire. The head divine chief was a skinny old man. He had a worried expression and his clothes were tied up. At first glance, he looked like an ascetic cultivator and did not look like the leader of the Nine-Raven Temple. "Second brother, third brother, when you go to the Great Luo Empire this time, do you think the Great Luo Empire has the qualifications to be promoted to an upper-rank empire?" The second divine chief was a middle-aged man in a white robe with an elegant temperament. Hearing the head divine chief's question, he quickly said, "Head divine chief, the 2 of us have observed for a while. The Great Luo Empire is located in the east and is considered rich. However, to become an upper-rank empire, their foundation seems to be lacking. What about their strength?" The head divine chief asked directly. "Strength?" The second divine chief gave a light sigh. "To be able to make the Nine Palace suffer, the strength of that Stargaze Palace is extraordinary. I heard that they have 4 elite warriors at the perfect stage. They also have a tyrannical bow." The third divine chief added. The head divine chief gave a long sigh. "This Stargaze Palace has kept their composure. That Suotianzi has always had a big appetite. This time, he has suffered a great loss. After this setback, the Nine Palace will not be able to recover. Only, Zuotianzi is not an ordinary person. He does have some connections in the Xian Yuan Mound. Thus, this matter is not over. The Nine-Raven Temple does not need to express our attitude. Of course, the Nine Palace will step out." "You mean that Suotianzi is still not giving up? If he gives up, he would not be called Suotianzi. If the Stargaze Palace wants to dominate the East, Zuotianzi will step out. Our attitude will be neutral. If the Nine Palace wins, we will support them. If the Stargaze Palace wins, we will help the Great Luo become an upper-rank empire. The situation in the East will not affect the Nine-Raven Temple. There is no need for us to step out." The meaning of the head divine chief was clear. That crown prince also understood and kept nodding. "I think the Sky Travel Empire has the same opinion as us. Now, with the Nine Palace stepping out, why should we be the bad guys and make enemies out of nothing?" The second divine chief laughed leisurely. The crown prince realized the light. "You mean that since they have invited us, we will go. There is no need to express our attitude and let the Nine Palace and the Red Dragon Empire do whatever they want." "That's right, that's what I meant." While they were talking, a butler walked in with a letter in his hand. "Divinity Chiefs, an invitation from the Nine Palace." "Nine Palace?" All 5 divinity chiefs showed a surprised expression. Then, that head divine chief laughed leisurely. "This is Zuotianzi starting to stir up trouble." They opened the letter and indeed, it was a letter written by Zuotianzi himself. He invited them to go to the Great Luo Empire in the East. In the letter, he scolded the Great Luo Empire and stated that they must not let the Stargaze Palace achieve their ambitions and set a bad precedent. For such an offensive action, the 3 upper-rank empires should join forces to suppress it. The head divinity chief laughed. "Look, Zuotianzi can no longer sit still." After they had read the letter, those divinity chiefs all laughed. "Head divinity chief, I think we should all go and watch the show. Firstly, we will see how this matter will end, and secondly, we will see how much power the Stargaze Palace has." A light flashed across the head divinity chief's eyes as he nodded. "Okay, let's go take a look." Almost at the same time, the Emperor Buddha Palace of the Sky Travel Empire also received a letter from Zhuotianzi. The content of the letter was the same. It also scolded the actions of the Stargaze Palace and threatened that the three powerhouses would join forces to suppress the Stargaze Palace. Of course, the Emperor Buddha Palace did not have a good impression of the Nine Palace. Although they had received Zhuotianzi's letter, they still had doubts about joining forces to suppress the Stargaze Palace. Thus, they decided to act according to the circumstances. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 382. One after another, the emissaries returned to the Great Luo. The news they brought back was rather exciting. Regardless of the Nine Raven Empire or the Sky Travel Empire, they had all agreed to send people to participate in the ceremony. The auspicious day to upgrade to an upper-ranking empire was set on the 10th of October. Regardless of the royal family of the Great Luo or the Stargaze Palace, they were all extremely busy before the 10th of October. They were making all the detailed arrangements for this ceremony. This upgrade to an upper-ranking empire was a crucial step for the Great Luo to reach the peak. During the process, they must be on guard against all possible accidents. From the 5 palace masters to the ordinary disciples, each of them carried out their duties. Although they were busy, everything was in order. Inside the Virtuous Cloud Summit, Qin Wushuang's 1 month of protection had also reached the final crucial moment. Currently, Qin Wushuang was also looking forward to it. He wondered if Bao Bao could truly break through the restraints of the perfect stage and enter the void martial stage. If he could enter the void martial stage, it would definitely be exciting news. In this month, Qin Wushuang had also consolidated his dantian to an optimal state. As long as he kept absorbing the natural spiritual qi, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the perfect stage even if he did not rely on external spiritual qi. Only, he still needed an opportunity for everything. At this moment, suddenly, a surge of golden light shot out from deep inside the Virtuous Cloud Summit. As soon as this golden light shot out, instantly, the entire Virtuous Cloud Summit seemed to shake. With this shake, it was as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. The mountain rocks rolled and the vegetation was destroyed. Boom! Boom! The continuous violent sound caused the shaking of the entire Virtuous Cloud Summit to become even more intense. Qin Wushuang stood up and revealed an urgent expression. When he saw this scene of golden light shooting to the sky, he was not surprised, but happy. It was because it was not the first time he had seen this scene of golden light. Initially at the Monkey King Mountain, he had seen it once. He knew that everything was related to Bao Bao. Could it be, Bao Bao has successfully broken through the restraints of the perfect stage? Has he entered the void martial stage? Qin Wushuang thought to himself as he stared fixedly at the sky above the Lingyun Peak. A series of curses came from his back. The purple flame electric beast came out from his hiding place and yelled, "Did I see a ghost?" His closed-door cultivation had caused such a huge commotion. "Boss, what's going on?" As soon as the purple flame electric beast finished his question, he also saw the soaring golden light. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't say anything. With a gulp sound, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said while stuttering, "Such powerful power. Boss, this is the power of the void martial stage." The power of the void martial stage? Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. This way, Bao Bao has truly broken through. The purple flame electric beast sighed helplessly and cursed, "Such a pervert, damn it. To be left in the dust by a monkey that's not even 10 years old. Boss, fate is unfair." Qin Wushuang smiled faintly, "Jimo, don't lament about the unfairness of fate. Compared to other spirit beasts, you're already very lucky. Many spirit beasts could not even reach the perfect stage in their lifetime." The purple flame electric beast said with frustration, "But boss, you don't know how many spirit beasts have broken through to the perfect stage." Qin Wushuang encouraged him, "Jimo, I believe you will not be too far away from that day. I believe in your potential." The purple flame electric beast laughed mischievously, "Of course, For sure I will have such a day. Besides, this day will not be too far away, I promise. At this moment, that golden light in the sky suddenly spread out. Rolling in the sky, it changed its direction and dropped down at a rapid speed. That speed was as fast as a shooting star. The golden light rushed over. Only when it was right in front of them could they see clearly that there was a furry great divine ape inside the golden light. It was currently changing its form at a high speed. The purple flame electric beast was shocked. Boss, Bao Bao is refining his shape. This is the void martial stage. What kind of appearance is this monkey going to make? Qin Wushuang laughed. Don't be hasty, the answer will come soon. The purple flame electric beast laughed strangely. I am not hasty. When I think about how Bao Bao is going to climb on top of my head and ride roughshod over me, I feel extremely annoyed. I don't care what kind of appearance he will make. At this moment, suddenly, that golden light dashed towards Qin Wushuang and the others. The closer it got, the fainter that golden light became. As the golden light continued to retreat, Bao Bao's figure gradually appeared before Qin Wushuang and the others. Boss Wushuang, Senior Lone. A crisp voice emerged from the golden light. As soon as the golden light withdrew, a lively young man jumped out. This young man had delicate features and was skinny. Spiritual qi flashed between his brows and eyes. His eyes were extremely clear and did not have the slightest presence of the mortal world. Bao Bao. The purple flame electric beast opened his eyes widely and looked at this young man. The young man chuckled. Brother Lone, what do you think of my appearance? The purple flame electric beast shook his head. Not good. That young man said gloomily. Really? The purple flame electric beast laughed. How could I lie to you? Your appearance is too old. Also, you are as skinny as firewood and appear to be malnourished. You don't have the slightest spirit. You are not as powerful as your true form of the spiritual ape. After he had finished, he did not forget to say to Qin Wushuang, Boss, am I right? The young man Bao Bao had made turn to look at Qin Wushuang with eager eyes. Boss, is it true that I am such a failure as Senior Lone said? Qin Wushuang laughed. Bao Bao, I think your appearance is good. Just by looking at it, you can confuse many people. Who would know that behind this appearance, there is a super spiritual beast at the void martial stage? Furthermore, your appearance is considered to be very likable among humans. Nice. Finally, Bao Bao's worry turned into joy. Of course, Boss Wushuang is right. For sure, Senior Lone is jealous of me and is deliberately making me angry. The purple flame electric beast laughed. I would not be jealous of a little kid like you. If I were to refine my appearance, I would definitely refine a giant guy with a curly beard. He would have a mighty appearance and an imposing manner. As soon as he walked out, people would be scared of you. Only that would be worthy of my brave image. Bao Bao laughed. Then when you break into the void martial stage, I will see what kind of ugly appearance you will refine. The purple flame electric beast felt good about himself. Just wait and see. By that time, I will make you guys gasp in amazement. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and stopped the endless bickering between these two. He laughed. Bao Bao, did the process of breaking into the void martial stage go smoothly? Bao Bao said seriously. Boss Wushuang, this process was extremely smooth. I almost did not encounter any bottlenecks or obstacles. You could say it was done in one go. The purple flame electric beast mumbled. You must be bragging. It's impossible for there not to be any obstacles. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. If someone else had said this, perhaps it would be bragging. However, Bao Bao has the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey and has swallowed a 10,000-year holy object like the holy ivory flower. It should be a piece of cake for him to enter the void martial stage. The supreme Tao stage should be Bao Bao's goal. Bao Bao laughed mischievously. Boss words are so nice. Senior Lone, why can't you be like Boss and admire me from the bottom of your heart? The purple flame electric beast gave a long sigh. I, Senior Lone, never admire people. However, since you have the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, I will admire you a little. Qin Wushuang laughed and asked, Lone, how did your solitary training go? The purple flame electric beast said, just when I was enjoying myself, the entire mountain shook and startled me. I did not gain much from this solitary training. However, I already felt the presence of a breakthrough. With a suitable opportunity, I can also enter the void martial stage. Bao Bao, wait for me, I will catch up to you. Bao Bao chuckled, I will wait to see Senior Lone turn into a giant guy with a curly beard. Qin Wushuang laughed, alright, it's only half a month until the 10th of October. We have stayed at this virtuous cloud summit for a month or two. Let's go down the mountain early and see if there's anything we can help with. The two beasts nodded, alright, it's good to go down and play. It's also depressing to stay in this mountain for too long. I only hope that this crowning ceremony will go smoothly and there will be no more twists and turns. Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. Bao Bao did not agree as he chuckled, if everything goes smoothly and peaceful, then it's meaningless. Senior Lone, don't you think so? Isn't that right? If everything is peaceful, we will become decorations. It's boring, it's better if people cause trouble. The more people that cause trouble, the more chances we will have to perform. Then, I can make a name for myself. The purple flame electric beast agreed. Qin Wushuang could not stop smiling bitterly. From your tone, it seems that you are not afraid of trouble, but are afraid that there is not enough trouble. Yes, boss, if there is no trouble, then the atmosphere will not be enhanced. To become an upper-ranking empire, the Great Luo needs to borrow some external power to establish your prestige. This way, it will be more persuasive and leave a deeper impression on people. Bao Bao is right. And I think that Zhuo Tianzi of the Nine Palace faction is not a kind person. He would not swallow his anger and watch the Great Luo surpass them to become an upper-ranking empire. I think he will come to cause trouble. And this time, perhaps, his strength will increase substantially. Qin Wushuang became impatient from their words. If Zhuo Tianzi increases his strength, he will be an elite warrior at the void martial stage. He will have the same strength as that elite warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If that's the case, he will not be easy to deal with. However, Bao Bao appeared to be fascinated as he said leisurely, if that's the case, it would be the best. I can use Zhuo Tianzi to test my void martial stage. Boss, where can I find such a good thing? The purple flame electric beast also laughed recklessly. Even if Zhuo Tianzi had advanced, he would not be stronger than that guy from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Thus, you don't need to worry. Unless he can also summon a sealed void martial stage beast, or else, even if Bao Bao did not break through, we can play with him. At this moment, Qin Wushuang suddenly stopped at the location of the Stargaze Palace at the foot of the mountain. He saw 7 bursts of flames shooting up to the sky and burning in all directions. Go, let's go down the mountain. This is the order the Stargaze Palace uses to gather all disciples. Qin Wushuang called out and whispered, could something have happened? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 383. There was only one purpose for the Stargaze Palace to gather all disciples. Before the arrival of October 10th, they must prepare all defensive measures to avoid any accidents. Earlier, when Bao Bao had sent out that wave of golden light at the Virtuous Cloud Summit, it had clearly caused the higher-ups of the Stargaze Palace to feel somewhat confused. However, Qin Wushuang did not say that Bao Bao had advanced to the void martial stage. Instead, he said that Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast had caused a great commotion when they sparred. Wushuang, the 10th of October is approaching. During this time, the guests from the imperial capital will be extremely complicated. Still the old rules, you young disciples must go to the imperial capital to maintain order. Keep an eye out in secret to prevent any traitors from infiltrating and causing trouble. Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, instructed. Qin Wushuang nodded and replied, I also have the same intention. After all, the Eastern Alliance meeting was only a matter within the Eastern region. Even if the foreign powerhouses wanted to interfere, they would not have a proper reason. However, this time is different. I don't know the intentions of those upper-ranking empire. Wushuang, how do you think the upper-ranking empire will react? Tan Zhongqi asked with a chuckle. From his tone, It seemed that he was inspecting him. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I think the most important thing right now is to guard against the counterattack from the Nine Palace faction. At this time, the Nine Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace should not go against the Stargaze Palace publicly. It's because the strength of the Stargaze Palace would not affect them much. The strength of the eastern region would not pose much of a threat to their foundation." Both Shuabuchuan and Tan Zhongqi nodded with a smile and motioned Qin Wushuang to continue. Qin Wushuang said again, "That guy from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect left behind those words before he left. I am worried that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will use some special methods to help Zhuo Tianxi enter the Void Martial stage. This way, for sure, Zhuo Tianxi will make a comeback. If Zhuo Tianxi can suppress the Stargaze Palace, the attitude of the Nine Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace will not be beneficial to us. And if we suppress the Nine Palace faction again, I believe that the attitude of those two major powerhouses will be beneficial to us." Fence sitter. Tan Zhongqi laughed. "Master is right. He's a fence sitter. Don't be in a hurry to declare your stance. Wait until the results are out, then make their stance clear. Don't offend anyone first." Zhuo Buchuan felt deeply gratified. "Wushuang, your analysis is good. In these days, the palace masters have also been trying to figure out these problems. Our thoughts are similar to yours. Therefore, in the end, it's still the same 4 words, the winner takes all." Qin Wushuang nodded solemnly, "That's right. Temple masters, this disciple will go to the imperial capital to meet up with my senior brothers. Go, Wushuang, perhaps this will be the most crucial battle in the history of the Stargaze Palace. Perhaps, this battle will have no smoke, no battles, or perhaps, it will be a battle where blood will flow like rivers. Regardless, if we don't take advantage of the situation, we will not have such a good opportunity in the future." Shuabuchuan gave a long sigh. "That's right, Wushuang, we can't miss this opportunity. Regardless of success or failure, this time, we can only seize the opportunity and fight for it. Success, the Great Luo Empire would become an upper-ranking empire, and the Stargaze Palace would become a first-rate powerhouse in the human countries. From this point on, we will control the eastern situation and develop vigorously." Tan Zhongqi patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder and encouraged him. "Wushuang, up to this point, your position in the Stargaze Palace has already surpassed the significance of the younger generation. We, the Hall Masters, have already viewed you as an existence on equal footing with us. Therefore, in the future, you can no longer act according to the temperament of a young disciple." The other palace masters all nodded to show their agreement with Tan Zhongqi's words. In fact, Qin Wushuang also knew clearly that after Zhao Heng's invasion, he had used the graceful spiritual bow and it had greatly increased his position in the Stargaze Palace. And the battle where he had defeated the Nine Palace faction had established his supreme position in the Stargaze Palace. Without a doubt, he had surpassed the scope of a young disciple. With his current position, not to mention the young disciples, besides Shuabuchuan and Tan Zhongqi, even the other higher-ups would pale in comparison. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang had always kept a low profile and never thought of himself as a hero. He still maintained a humble attitude and treated people with the identity of a young disciple. Because of this, Qin Wushuang had conquered all the higher-ups in the Stargaze Palace. All of them felt that at such a young age, Qin Wushuang was indeed someone who would achieve great things since he was able to do so with ease. Thus, inwardly, the 5 palace masters had already accepted Qin Wushuang as someone on the same level as them. Now, when Tan Zhongqi had exposed this matter, the other palace masters did not object. Now, they would not consider the competition between the palaces. Qin Wushuang's strength and contributions were already displayed clearly. Even if they went against their conscience, they could not erase him. Not to mention the higher-ups in the Stargaze Palace would not go against their conscience. After Qin Wushuang had bowed, he left the Stargaze Palace and headed towards the imperial capital. When Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, saw Qin Wushuang leaving, he gave a long sigh. Indeed, Wushuang is the deputy general of the Stargaze Palace. Ever since he had entered the sect, the Stargaze Palace has been climbing higher and higher. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Head palace master, don't flatter him to death. Wu Shuang does have a lot of good fortune. Only, I am worried that in the end, he still lacks some polishing. To him, the stage of the human countries does not seem to be of much use. Second, it's not right for you to say it this way. Your disciple had risen from the humble class. Indeed, he had faced many difficulties along the way. How could you say that he lacks polishing? From my point of view, Wu Shuang is the perfect example. If a jade is not polished, it will not amount to anything. This Qin Wu Shuang had become such a great person because of too much polishing. Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, gave a long sigh. Fifth, indeed, those polishing did exist. However, it only allowed him to reach his current height. My expectation for Wu Shuang is not as simple as becoming a hero in the human countries. With his fortune, it would be a pity if he could not go to that forbidden spiritual zone to polish himself and achieve something great. Tan Zhongqi said with a long sigh. Inwardly, he also had some ideas. Second, it seems that you are thinking far ahead. Zhong Wuyin, the third palace master, laughed. Tan Zhongqi said, if one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Everyone, I often think about how that Zhuo Tianzi dared to be so arrogant, and how did that 9 palace faction dare to be so arrogant? It's not only because they are the most powerful powerhouses in the merchandise empire. Most importantly, they have the support of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. They have it, but the Stargaze Palace does not. If the Stargaze Palace has a more powerful powerhouse supporting us than the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, even if the 9 palace faction were 10 times stronger, how could they dare to invade us? When the other palace masters heard his words, they all nodded silently. They must admit that Tan Zhongqi's words made sense. However, Zhuo Buchuan understood him as he nodded. Second's words make sense. In these days, I am also thinking about it. If the Stargaze Palace can also have some connections in the forbidden spiritual zone, at least, in the human countries, we can ensure peace. Head Palace Master, what do you mean? Leng Qiuqi, the fourth Palace Master, asked with a stern voice. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi looked at each other with a smile and nodded. Zhuo Buchuan nodded emotionally. That's right, our intentions are clear. Now that the Stargaze Palace has Qin Wu Shuang, this rare genius, we can use Wu Shuang as a stepping stone and seek to form a good relationship with the forbidden spiritual zone. This. Leng Qiuqi drew a breath of cold air and said with a somewhat hesitant tone. Head Palace Master, I don't think it's appropriate. If we let Wu Shuang seek refuge with the forbidden spiritual zone, it would mean that we would have one less exceptional disciple. This would cause the Stargaze Palace to lose any advantage among the younger generation. Tian Zhixing said with a somewhat agitated tone. Yes, now everyone knows that Qin Wu Shuang is the biggest star among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. Although Wu Shuang keeps a low profile, there are still many rumors about him in the outside world. Once Qin Wu Shuang seeks refuge with the major powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zone, for sure, his reputation as a disciple of the Stargaze Palace would become history. Zhong Wuyin was somewhat anxious. They could also understand their feelings. Currently, Qin Wu Shuang was the star of the Stargaze Palace. Without Qin Wu Shuang, the Stargaze Palace would lose a famous star. Zhuo Buchuan smiled lightly and did not speak a word as he twisted his beard. He only looked at Tan Zhongqi. However, Tan Zhongqi said, Wu Shuang is a person who values friendship above all else. As long as he is a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, he would never betray us. If that wasn't the case, how could he have risked his life to make all those heroic contributions for the Stargaze Palace? Although that's the case, I am afraid that he has truly sought refuge with the major powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zone. Since he wants to recognize the Stargaze Palace, for sure, those major powerhouses would erase all traces of him in the human countries. Tan Zhongqi shook his head. Of course, Wu Shuang would not forget his roots. As long as his heart leans towards the Stargaze Palace, how could others erase this fact? Head Palace Master, Second Palace Master, it seems that you guys have a card up your sleeve. Do you have any ideas? Zhuo Buchuan nodded with a smile. There is one. In the Xian Yuan Mound, rumor has it that there is a powerful Qin clan. They are even more powerful than the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Since Wu Shuang has the surname Qin, he might be related to that Qin clan. Thus, I have already pulled some strings. When the time is right, I will recommend Qin Wu Shuang to the Qin clan of the Shen Yuan Mound, even more powerful than the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If that's the case, it would be a great thing to climb up to this level of relationship. Tan Zhongqi laughed. This matter is only a rumor. To put it into action, I am afraid that it would take at least 3 or 5 years to succeed. Now, let's think about how to ensure that the Great Luo Empire becomes an upper-ranking empire. All the palace masters nodded. Since Qin Wu Shuang had arrived at the imperial capital, he had interacted with many of his fellow disciples. He had also locked onto a few suspicious people. However, after Qin Wu Shuang's investigation, the possibility of them being threats had been eliminated. On this day, Qin Wu Shuang was walking on the street when suddenly, he received a report from his fellow disciples. They said that outside the East City Gate, senior brother Wei Yi was dealing with a group of troublesome guests and needed immediate assistance. When Qin Wu Shuang received the report, he did not dare to neglect and immediately rushed towards the East City Gate. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 384. Just as he arrived at the East Gate, he heard a cold voice. Wei Yi? I heard that you are the most exceptional figure among the young generation of the Stargaze Palace. I don't think you are much. Do you think you can stop us from entering the city by standing guard here? Wei Yi said lightly, I am not standing guard here to stop you guys from entering the city, but to ask you to show me your identity. There are too many people in the imperial city, we cannot let in people with ulterior motives. The cold voice sneered, proof of identity? You must be qualified to check it. Wei Yi, don't say that I am looking down on you, you are not qualified. Wei Yi was not in a rush to speak, but Zhao Muji's voice came first. Senior brother Wei, don't talk nonsense with this guy. He is talking about qualifications in the Great Luo territory. It's really baffling. Qin Wu Shuang walked out of the city slowly. Instead, he was not in a rush to show himself. Instead, he looked at that group of people coldly from behind the crowd. The clothes of this group of people were all fiery red. Qin Wu Shuang's heart skipped a beat when he saw them. From their clothing, they were disciples of the Nine Palace faction. Among the people at the scene, Qin Wu Shuang had interacted with the disciples of the Nine Palace faction a few times at the Heavenly Lake Empire. Of course, he recognized them. However, Wei Yi and the others had never interacted with the disciples of the Nine Palace faction. Thus, they did not recognize them. Disciples of the Nine Palace faction dare to come here openly? Qin Wu Shuang thought quickly as he could not understand. What do they want to do? For your information, after that huge battle between the Stargaze Palace and the Nine Palace faction, the two sides had formed a blood feud that could not be repaired. The Nine Palace faction had lost most of their elite warriors in that battle. They would not be able to recover without a few dozen years. Reasonably speaking, after such a heavy loss, the Nine Palace faction should have concealed their strength and bided their time. Why were the disciples of the Nine Palace faction swaggering into the Great Luo? Each of these people had extraordinary strength. Although there were only 6 of them, Qin Wu Shuang saw that none of them were at the initial stage of the spiritual martial force. Each of them was at the middle stage. And the leader seemed to be at the advanced stage. Without a doubt, this group of people were the most outstanding ones among the young generation of the Nine Palace faction. Why would a core disciple of the Nine Palace faction come to the Great Luo Empire? Qin Wu Shuang did not need to think deeply to know that the Nine Palace faction had started to play their cards. However, he didn't know what kind of signal this hand of cards was sending. On the side of the Stargaze Palace, with Wei Yi as the leader, there were Zhao Muji, Lu Shaonan, and Huang Chaoyang. In terms of strength, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Wei Yi, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried. You are all guests from afar. Although I do not know your origins, I can see that you are all extraordinary. You must be disciples of a large sect from a high-ranking empire. Since you have come to the Great Luo Empire as a guest, we should treat you with courtesy. However, since you are so overbearing, it is unavoidable that you are using your status as guests to bully the host. That young man from the Nine Palace faction laughed coldly. So what if the guest is bullying the host? Okay, if that's the case, the disciples of the Stargaze Palace can only fight to the end. Wei Yi's face turned cold. Instantly, he withdrew his gentle and scholarly expression and replaced it with a face full of coldness. Apparently, he had reached the limit of his tolerance towards the arrogance of these people. The leader of the group laughed out loud. Circle. I want to see how you guys fight. Wei Yi, don't say that we are bullying you, let's be fair. Let's fight at the East Gate. You and I will spar. If you win, the 6 of us will get the hell out of here without saying a word. If you lose, don't ask any questions and let us into the city, how about it? This person went straight to the point and challenged Wei Yi. It was the same as putting Wei Yi in a checkmate. When he challenged Wei Yi with such tone, Wei Yi would have to think twice before refusing. Only, the current Wei Yi was no longer the Wei Yi from 3 years ago. In these 3 years, with Qin Wushuang's encouragement, he had clearly matured mentally. Of course, he would not lose his sense of propriety because of this provocation. He sized these 6 people up coldly and said lightly, being a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, I have a heavy responsibility in these days. If each group of people that enter the city wants to spar with me, then even if I have 100 clones, it would not be enough. Your Excellency, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Just think of it as me looking for trouble. That person was straightforward. Wei Yi nodded. Since you are looking for trouble, you won't cry and beg the seniors of the sect when you make a mess, right? That person laughed coldly. I am afraid that you will cry and complain. Wei Yi laughed leisurely. Me? Who told you that I am going to play with you? Junior brother Qin, since you are here, you can't just watch the show, right? Qin Wushuang already knew that Wei Yi had discovered him. He chuckled and walked out from behind the crowd. He cupped his hands in a salute to his fellow disciples. Nice to meet you all, senior brothers. Junior brother Qin, you are here. Overjoyed, Zhao Muji walked up. Weren't you in solitary training during this time? How come you have time to come down the mountain? The sect is in need of people. I would not dare to stay out of trouble alone. Qin Wushuang sighed with emotion as if he was joking. At the same time, he sized that disciple of the Nine Palace and said with a playful tone, Senior brothers, do you know where these people in red robes came from? Junior brother Qin, you know? Zhao Muji glanced at those 6 people with some hostility. I was fortunate enough to see a few people dressed like them on the cliff road at the border of the Great Luo Empire. At that time, those people were with Zhu Dazhong of the Archaic Mysteries sect. They were about to ambush me. I am afraid that you would not expect that these people are disciples of the Nine Palace faction. Nine Palace faction? Even Wei Yi had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at the 6 people with even more vigilance. After Qin Wushuang had exposed the identities of those 6 people of the Nine Palace faction, and hearing them calling him Junior Brother Qin, of course, they had connected the dots with Qin Wushuang's identity. Qin Wushuang? That leading disciple of the Nine Palace faction said with a cold tone. He spoke with a thick hostility and his eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Yes. Qin Wushuang did not show the slightest fear. He had even killed elite warriors of the Nine Palace faction, not to mention these young disciples of the Nine Palace faction. When those 6 disciples of the Nine Palace faction heard him admit his identity, a hazy expression flashed across their faces. That leading person laughed. Okay, I heard that there is a Qin Wushuang in the Stargaze Palace. He is demonic. Now, it seems that hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Qin Wushuang, Wei Yi, which one of you is in charge? Pick the one who can make the decision. For us disciples of the Stargaze Palace, everyone can make the decision. Qin Wushuang spoke first. Okay, then when the Great Luo is crowning an upper-ranking empire, could it be that the people of the Red Dragon Empire are not qualified to attend the ceremony? That disciple changed his tone and began to reason. Of course, the Stargaze Palace welcomes you to attend the ceremony. However, if you are here to cause trouble, it would be a different matter. A moment ago, Didn't you say that you wanted to spar with me? Qin Wushuang said lightly. That leading person laughed coldly. A spar? I couldn't ask for more. Qin Wushuang, I only heard that you have a powerful bird bow. Do you plan to use it to deal with me? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. If you are at the perfect stage, you are worthy of my bow. However, are you at the perfect stage? A moment ago, this guy had said that he was a disciple of the Stargaze Palace and that Wei Yi was not qualified to investigate his identity. Qin Wushuang was returning an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He was also talking about qualifications with the other party. That person was rather cunning and did not fall for it. He laughed. If you don't use that bird bow and can beat me with your own strength, then again, the 6 of us will get lost. Qin Wushuang said with a cold tone, get lost with my tail between my legs. Since you are here as guests, why should you get lost? Moreover, isn't such a bet a little too insignificant? Oh. Then how much do you want to bet? That person was interested. He was the strongest person among the young generation of the 9 Palace faction. He was also at the advanced stage. Among the young generation of disciples in the human countries, he believed that he would not lose to anyone. As long as Qin Wushuang did not use that graceful spiritual bow, he did not think that he would lose. I still believe in that sentence. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. The few of you are obviously seeking your own humiliation by boldly gathering a crowd to cause trouble here. Since you are seeking your own humiliation, if I don't satisfy you, wouldn't I be wasting your hard journey? Qin Wushuang said with a leisurely tone. A sharp light flashed across that person's eyes. Such a nice way of saying seeking your own humiliation. Let me see who is the one seeking their own humiliation. Qin Wushuang, you set the bet. Apparently, these 6 disciples of the 9 Palace faction had something to rely on since they dared to make trouble here without any restraint. Zhuo Tianzi was their biggest support. This time, Zhuo Tianzi had come out personally and kept a low profile. He had sent the young generation disciples to dampen the spirit of the Stargaze Palace. It was also the first step of Zhuo Tianzi's revenge. The wager is very simple. If you lose, the 6 of you will crawl into the city from here like dogs. Qin Wushuang's tone carried a few traces of resentment. He also saw that the 9 Palace faction was deliberately making trouble. Since the 9 Palace had made their move, how could they show off the power of the Stargaze Palace if they did not fight back? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that was the right way to go. That leading disciple laughed. What if you lose? Qin Wushuang said lightly, if I lose, you can decide how to deal with it. Okay. That person shouted, I will not take advantage of you. If you lose, all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace will crawl under my legs and escort us into the city. Qin Wushuang said lightly, okay. However, that person was trying to drive a wedge between them as he asked with evil intentions, are you sure you can represent them? Wei Yi and Zhao Muji said in unison, disciples of the Stargaze Palace advance and retreat together. One person can speak for all the disciples. Those disciples of the 9 Palace all sneered. They knew the strength of their senior brother too well. Their senior brother was much more powerful than most of the 12 elders of the 9 Palace. For a nouveau riche like the Stargaze Palace, even if they had some support, how much foundation could they have? If this Qin Wushuang did not use that damn bow, how could he compete with their senior brother? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 385. A trace of astonishment emerged on Yin Yinxuan's face. It was the first time. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, it was the first time that he was at a disadvantage when sparring with someone from the younger generation. He did not even see how the other party had attacked, and the power of his 3 punches had been rebounded. For such method, even his teacher, Zhuo Tianzi, had never mastered it. Yin Yinxuan, don't underestimate the enemy. This Qin Wushuang is not an ordinary disciple of the Stargaze Palace. Zhuo Tianzi was hiding in a corner of the city gate. He did not expose himself and sent his voice to remind him. This was his first step to defeating the Great Luo Empire. He would defeat the Stargaze Palace in terms of the younger generation disciples. Then, he would step out and kill all 5 palace masters during the coronation ceremony. From beginning to end, he would push the Stargaze Palace into a bottomless abyss. This time, Zhuo Tianzi had thought through it carefully. He knew that although it sounded beautiful to kill all the people of the Stargaze Palace, it would not work. Firstly, for sure, the other countries would fear him and form a bad impression of him as a cruel and murderous person. Secondly, if he acted too forcefully, it would cause dissatisfaction from the other countries. They would form an alliance to target the Nine Palace and the Red Dragon Empire. From beginning to end, the Nine Palace did not have a firm foothold when dealing with the Stargaze Palace. It could be said that they did not have a good reason to act. Thus, it was different from when the Stargaze Palace destroyed the archaic Mysteries sect. Regardless of morality or law, the Stargaze Palace had gained the upper hand by destroying the archaic Mysteries sect. From the perspective of law and morality, the archaic Mysteries sect had destroyed the alliance between the 3 empires and attracted the Nine Palace to intervene in the east. It was reasonable for the Stargaze Palace to retaliate and destroy the archaic Mysteries sect. However, the Nine Palace faction did not have such righteousness. Initially, they had become enemies with the Stargaze Palace because of their greed for the East and the endless Eastern Sea. This time, it was not a private fight. Clearly, it would not work to destroy the Stargaze Palace before all those powerhouses from the great empires. However, it was possible to challenge the 5 palace masters in the name of suppression and revenge. Once they made a move, they would kill the 5 palace masters. The Stargaze Palace would be like a group of dragons without a leader and would collapse. This plan was much more rational than the last time he had acted rashly. Hearing Zhuo Tianzi's warning, Hong Yinshuan's heart shuddered. When he was fighting with Qin Wushuang just now, he had indeed underestimated him. It was only because from beginning to end, Qin Wushuang had not shown any skills that could compete with him head-on. In this way, it was inevitable that he would become somewhat careless. What he didn't know was that Qin Wushuang was testing his strength and his spiritual power. After this test, Qin Wushuang naturally had a deeper understanding of Han Yinshuan's methods. Seeing Hong Yinshuan hurriedly take 2 steps forward from the sidelines, Qin Wushuang laughed sarcastically, "Don't be in such a hurry to come forward. Stepping on the sidelines won't make you lose for no reason. If we want to beat you to the next round, we have to do it fair and square. Everyone can see it clearly and there shouldn't be any disputes." With an ashen face, Hong Yinshuan did not speak a word. Now, he realized that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. From beginning to end, this Qin Wushuang was a master at acting. A moment ago, he had tried to keep a low profile and almost fell for his trick. Since he had suffered once, of course, Hong Yinshuan would not suffer a second time. He grabbed with his right hand from his back and whipped out 2 short sticks. Grabbing one in each hand, he connected them in the middle, forming a long staff. With the long stick in his hand, he shook it in the air. On one end of the stick, with a flash of light, a spearhead protruded from it. This spearhead was extremely bright and carried a trace of coldness. Just by looking at it, one would feel that it had the power to capture one's soul. Hong Yinshuan spat out the spearhead and pulled out a few spear shadows. The tip of the spear suddenly let out a strange noise, shaking the void and causing it to emit a series of whistling sounds. "Qin Wushuang, let my wind and cloud spear send you on your way." Before the voice stopped, the spear aura was already formed. His arm suddenly stretched out as if it had suddenly become infinitely long. A wind and cloud spear suddenly pierced through the void a few feet away. It carried a cold light and condensed into a fatal attack airflow. It rolled over like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. When this cold glint condensed, it immediately produced a strong cold intent, as if it could freeze a person's soul. Although it was a bit far away, but wherever it went, the air in the air was condensed into a line of ice, making kai 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 sounds. Qin Wushuang drew back the corner of his mouth and swung his sleeves. He suddenly urged his aura and a wave of sun flame shot out from his palm. With a hoo-la sound, it swallowed the line of ice. At the same time, Qin Wushuang's body suddenly curled up and disappeared from the spot. 1, 2, 3, one after another, after-images continuously appeared in the circle. These after-images lingered for a moment before disappearing into nothingness. But even so, it made Hong Yinchuan's spear aura miss. Hong Yinchuan was not depressed. The corner of his mouth slightly moved, revealing a somewhat playful smile. Suddenly, he said, "Since you like to dodge, then I'll make it so that you can't dodge." As his voice fell, the spear aura rose and swept through the air. Suddenly, the air was full of spear shadows. Hong Yinchuan's body moved quickly. The wind and cloud spear in his hand was like a flying dragon or a snake, dancing and dancing in the air. Every time it swept, it seemed to add a lock to this area of 10 feet. This lock, one lock after another, continued to be added. In a short moment, the entire void was locked. Chuan's spear light moved and countless attacking airflows were launched towards Qin Wushuang. The space of 10 feet was divided into countless small spaces by these airflows. This made Qin Wushuang's area of activity suddenly become much smaller. However, Qin Wushuang's figure suddenly froze. Countless after-images suddenly condensed in one place. Qin Wushuang's figure stopped and landed in a corner behind him. Even so, there was still a trace of a casual smile on the corner of his mouth. It was as if everything was still under his control in this terrible situation. "Mister, I've waited for you for so long. Is this all the Nine Palace faction has? Is this the ultimate move that the #1 disciple of the Nine Palace faction is so proud of?" Qin Wushuang's tone did not conceal his sarcasm at all. "Next, it's my turn to attack." Hong Yinchuan sneered, "I'm not afraid of you attacking, I'm just afraid that you'll be a coward." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "I won't attack. I'll let you attack a few more times, and then you'll experience how weak you are. If I attack, I won't need you to be so complicated and long-winded. Within 3 moves, I'll definitely make you fly out of this circle. If not, then I'll admit defeat." These words were powerful and lofty. It was as if this #1 disciple of the Nine Palace faction was nothing more than grass in his eyes. Suddenly, Hong Yinchuan's face turned cold. 3 moves? Kid, you are so arrogant. Qin Wushuang laughed. "I'm not being arrogant, I'm just stating a fact." After he had finished speaking, he pulled out the Fury Dragon Soul from his hand. As soon as this Fury Dragon Soul was in Qin Wushuang's hand, instantly, like a spiritual beast that had been awakened, it rolled in the air with a majestic temperament. Before it had made a move, it had already carried a strong sense of devouring. First move. Qin Wushuang gave a light chant and started to move. He swept his arm and without any fancy moves, he swept the whip at Hong Yinchuan. Halfway through, this whip had transformed into countless waves of sweeping power and released all the space that was locked by Hong Yinchuan. With a whoosh, the power of this whip had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long wave that covered Hong Yinchuan's head. Hong Yinchuan asked himself. His wind and cloud spear was already powerful enough in terms of temperament. After all, it was a weapon at the perfect stage. However, when Qin Wushuang's whip came over, he instantly experienced what true temperament was. Indeed, this whip was surging violently like the mountains and the sea. It was not something his wind and cloud spear could take. He immediately followed the power of this whip and retreated to the side at a high speed. When Qin Wushuang saw this scene, he said lightly, "Second move." With a crashing sound, the entire Fury Dragon Soul swept towards the ground like a drilling dragon. Like a carpet attack, it swept towards the ground. This sweep was filled with profoundness. It had cut off all of Hong Yinchuan's escape routes. When the power of this whip attack was unleashed, the entire 3 feet of the ground was instantly covered with reverse currents. It was as if there was 5 times the gravity. Once one fell into it, most likely one would not even be able to lift one's feet. Hong Yinchuan was frightened out of his wits. Now, he finally realized how terrifying his opponent was. He danced in the air and supported himself with the wind and cloud spear. Like a hawk, his body kept spinning in the air as he tried to get away from Qin Wushuang's sweeping power. Qin Wushuang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with an indifferent tone, "Third move." As soon as he had finished speaking these 3 words, Qin Wushuang's temperament instantly changed. It was as if he had suddenly turned into an angry King Kong that gushed out endless power. The whip flew from the ground to the sky. Vaguely, the Fury Dragon's soul seemed to have regained its vitality and was bestowed with true life. Like the resurrected Fury Dragon, it swallowed the clouds and spat out fog to sweep towards the sky. Flying dragon in the sky. This attack was earth-shattering. This attack was capable of swallowing the galaxy. Regardless of how much Hong Yinchuan could move, before this powerful swallowing power, he instantly became dim. His entire body seemed to have been pulled by an invisible power as he fell at a high speed. Following this falling momentum, Qin Wushuang rolled and wrapped Hong Yinchuan in the air. He wrapped him tightly and threw him towards the ground. Boom! A wave of dust on the ground spread to the two sides. Like a speeding train, Hong Yinchuan's body charged forward. Boom! When his body touched the ground, he had fallen at least 10 meters away. Almost at the same time, cheers came from all around. However, the disciples of the Nine Palace faction could not accept the reality in front of them. After Qin Wushuang had taken out the Fury Dragon soul, in just a few breaths, the situation of the battle had taken a shocking turn. 3 moves, it was really 3 moves. And it was 3 moves in one go. It was as if the plot had been planned from the beginning. Hong Yinchuan did not even have the time to react before he was thrown out of the circle. This defeat came suddenly and dramatically. Almost when Hong Yinchuan's temperament was at its peak and he thought that victory was in his grasp, the situation suddenly changed and he was instantly defeated. Hong Yinchuan's body fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was ashen. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 386. Above the city gate of the Great Luo Empire, cheers thundered. Victory, Qin Wushuang had won, and the enemy had lost. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang had won honorably, and the enemy had lost without any temper. Qin Wushuang glanced across all the people of the Nine Palace with his sharp eyes. Then, he looked at Hong Yinchuan coldly without a trace of pity. Instead, he had the pleasure of beating a drowning dog. Mister, you have lost. I believe you haven't forgotten the bet from before, right? As soon as Qin Wushuang waved his hand, those people guarding the city immediately understood. Each of them was beaming with joy as they opened up a path before the 6 disciples of the Nine Palace faction. Zhao Muji said with extreme pleasure, "Friends of the Nine Palace, please come in. Weren't you guys in a hurry to enter the city? Please, this time, no one will stop you." In the previous bet, if the Nine Palace had lost, they would have to crawl into the imperial capital like a dog. Although this bet appeared somewhat childish, it reflected the hatred between the Stargaze Palace and the Nine Palace faction. In fact, it had reached an irreconcilable stage. Inwardly, Hong Yinchuan felt depressed. Up to this point, he still did not understand how he had lost so thoroughly. It seemed that he did not even have a chance to resist. Could this Qin Wushuang be at the perfect stage? Hong Yinchuan felt extremely depressed. This time, he had come with his teacher's order and had a heavy responsibility. Initially, he thought he could defeat the Stargaze and fight this first battle for his teacher. Unexpectedly, he had fallen into such a sorry state. Zhuo Tianxi's scolding came into his ears. "Indeed, you are useless. I told you not to underestimate the enemy, yet you were still so careless. Get the hell out of here. Are you going to make a fool of yourself?" Hong Yinchuan suddenly realized when he heard this scolding. He said coldly, "Qin Wushuang, you win. You won with an unfair advantage by relying on your weapon. Today, we will not enter the city. The next time we come, I hope it won't be a scene of blood flowing like a river." This was an undisguised threat. Qin Wushuang, on the other hand, gave a carefree smile. "So your excellency is planning to run away with your tail between your legs?" With an ashen face, Hong Yinchuan waved his hand and those disciples of the Nine Palace faction lost their momentum. They followed behind Hong Yinchuan and ran out of the city gate. Zhao Muji and the others all laughed. On top of the city gate, the guards booed. Apparently, They were very dissatisfied with the 9 palace factions' action of breaking their promise. Senior brother Wei, is this all that the 9 palace has? His words were like farts. After losing, he didn't even have the courage to honor the bet. How strange. How could such a rogue force become the pillar of support for the 3 great empires of the human countries? Zhao Muji's words were echoed by the other disciples of the same sect. Senior brother Zhao, you don't understand. The 9 palace faction has always been a scoundrel. Haha, it's actually the same thing if you don't crawl into the city gates like a dog and run away with your tail between your legs. Anyway, we're all learning from dogs. Hong Yingchuan was furious, but he did not have the face to return. He treated it as a passing wind and turned a deaf ear to it, quickly leaving. This time, they all had important missions in the Great Luo Empire. Although they had lost here, they still had other missions to complete. Since they were called away by Zhuo Tianxi, of course, they did not dare to cause any more trouble. As Qin Wushuang watched Hong Yinchuan and the others leave, he could not relax. To put it bluntly, this was only a small episode. For sure, the 9 palace faction would have something else. And it would be a big move, completely different from this small fight. At this time, Bao Bao also crawled out from the ground and jumped onto Qin Wushuang's shoulder. Qin Wushuang whispered in beast language, "How was it?" Bao Bao said with a cautious tone, "There was a wave of powerful aura hiding in the dark. I could feel that it was Zhuo Tianxi." So it was him? Qin Wushuang's heart sank again. It's him, that's right. And for sure, this Zhuo Tianxi is more powerful than before. If he did not send his voice to that head disciple of the 9 palace faction, I would not have sensed his presence. A few times, he had the urge to show himself. However, each time, I would emit some of my aura to make him feel suspicious and not dare to show himself. There was a trace of mischievousness in Bao Bao's tone. Zhuo Tianxi was more powerful than before. This was the news that gave Qin Wushuang a bigger headache. At that time, Zhuo Tianxi was already at the peak of the perfect stage. Now, for sure, he was at the void martial stage. In fact, Qin Wushuang was mentally prepared for all of this. Since Zhuo Tianxi dared to make a comeback, for sure, his strength had increased tremendously. Or else, he would not have come back to humiliate himself. Only, when he thought about how Zhuo Tianxi had entered the void martial stage, he felt somewhat worried. Luo Yun and Miss Mu Rong had already given him the answer of how powerful an elite warrior at the void martial stage was. Although Luo Yun had only shown the lowest level of the void martial stage, the refined void martial stage. Junior brother Qin, what are you thinking about? When Wei Yi saw Qin Wushuang's serious expression, he walked up and asked with concern. Qin Wushuang relaxed his brow and said with a smile, "Senior brother Wei, this 9 palace has not come with good intentions. It seems that the Stargaze Palace will have a great battle this time. The 9 palace has risen from the ashes." Zhao Muji also came over. However, Wei Yi said, "The other people of the 9 palace are not worth mentioning. I am only afraid that Zhuo Tianxi had returned with some fortuitous opportunity after going to the Xian Yuan Mound. This would be a disaster." Qin Wushuang nodded coldly and said in a low voice, "Earlier, that Zhuo Tianxi was hiding in the surrounding area. Only, with our strength, we could not sense his presence." Hearing his words, the other disciples' expressions changed drastically. "Zhuo Tianxi is truly here?" Zhao Muji was the first one to ask. This guy dared to come last time because he had an elite warrior at the void martial stage with him. Could it be that he came alone this time? Doesn't that mean? When he thought of some terrifying possibility, even someone as fearless as Zhao Muji could not help but feel surprised. If that Zhuo Tianxi had advanced to the void martial stage, it would be too difficult for the Stargaze Palace to deal with him. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Everyone, no need to make wild guesses. Everything will be fine when the time comes. Since the Stargaze Palace can defeat the 9 palace faction once, we will not be afraid of a second time. Senior brothers, this is a rare opportunity. In a year, us senior brothers rarely get together. How about we find a place to drink?" Instantly, this suggestion had swept away all the haze before them and made everyone feel moved. For your information, These core disciples carried the endless expectations of their teachers. Their daily life was training and they did not have much time to play. They also rarely stepped into the imperial capital of the Great Luo Empire. It was even more extravagant to gather and drink together. Hearing Qin Wushuang's suggestion, of course, they agreed with it. After Qin Wushuang and the others had left, the elite warriors of a few powerhouses around the city gate also left. Each of them carried complicated feelings. Among them, the ones with the most complicated feelings were the Nine Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace. For the Nine Raven Temple, this time, only the head divinity chief and the second divinity chief had come. Some of the young disciples of the next generation were staying at the inn in the city and did not come to join in the fun. Head divinity chief, that Hong Yinchuan, is the most exceptional figure among the younger generation of the Nine Palace faction. He is Zhuo Tianxi's first direct disciple and should be extraordinary. Before this Qin Wushuang, although he seemed to have the upper hand, in fact, he seemed to have been completely predicted by his opponent. It seemed that they were not even on the same level. What do you think? The second divinity chief asked carefully. For a long time, the head divinity chief did not speak. He only kept walking with his hands behind his back. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. In his eyes, a few rays of light flashed. Second, I know how to judge people. For sure, this Qin Wushuang is the person to revitalize the Stargaze Palace. Although the Nine Palace faction is powerful and Zhuo Tianxi has advanced to the Void Martial stage, if they remain stubborn and become enemies with this kid, it will be Qin Wushuang who will destroy the Nine Palace faction. Destroy the Nine Palace faction? The second divinity chief drew in a breath of cold air. Head divinity chief, the Nine Palace faction is not the archaic mysteries sect. It's easier said than done to destroy them. Even if we join hands with the Emperor Buddha Palace, I am afraid we cannot do it easily. And they have the heavenly Luo Daoist sect as their backer. To destroy their orthodoxy, wouldn't it be slapping the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's face? From the tone of the second divinity chief, there was some confusion and doubt. However, he also knew that the head divinity chief would not come to a conclusion easily. Second, we need to change our strategy. The head divinity chief did not answer the second divinity chief's question. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic. Change? The second divinity chief was even more confused. How? Regardless of whether Zhuo Tianxi can suppress the Stargaze Palace or not, we will not agree with him. We will remain neutral until the end. Even if Zhuo Tianxi can suppress the Stargaze Palace, we will remain neutral. The tone of the head divinity chief was cold and resolute. He did not allow any discussion. At the Nine Raven Temple, the head divinity chief was the absolute authority. Although the other four divinity chiefs were on equal footing with him on the surface, in fact, they could only be considered as his assistants. The second divinity chief said stutteringly, "But, didn't we agree that if Zhuo Tianxi wins, we will agree to suppress the Stargaze Palace together with him? Why not go with the flow and push the boat with the current?" No. The head divinity chief gave a long sigh. Could it be because of this Qin Wushuang? The second divinity chief still found it unbelievable. Although a young disciple had exceptional talent, if Zhuo Tianxi had truly advanced to the Void Martial stage, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the Stargaze Palace, not to mention a young disciple. It's because of this Qin Wushuang. The head divinity chief said concisely. Head divinity chief, aren't you overestimating him? The second divinity chief gave a long sigh. Initially, this Qin Wushuang had gone to our Nine Raven Empire and received the National Scholar Command Plate. Although he has good talent, when the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact? Second, trust me, even if Zhuo Tianxi were to die, I would believe it. However, if you were to say that this Qin Wushuang is dead, I would snort disdainfully. Do you know why? Why? The second divinity chief still sounded confused. It's because for this Qin Wushuang's fortune, even if all the strongest people in the upper-ranking empire were added together, they would not even be 1/10 of his fortune. From this young man, I saw a profound feeling as vast as the sea. For sure, a person with such temperament would not be someone with a short life. Second, remember my words today, do not become enemies with the Stargaze Palace, and definitely do not become enemies with Qin Wushuang. The tone of the head divinity chief was even more cold and serious than before. The second divinity chief was well aware of the head divinity chief's ability to judge people. Could it be that Qin Wushuang was truly such a monstrous talent? However, since the head divinity chief had said it this way, he must have his reasons. Since the Nine Raven Temple did not hold any grudges with the Stargaze Palace, why would they seek trouble for no reason? Since the head divinity chief had given the order, of course, he was happy to push the boat along and wait to watch the show. With the Nine Palace faction and Zhuo Tianxi stepping out, why would the Nine Raven Temple need to make a move? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 387. Finally, the 10th of October had arrived as promised. Representatives from hundreds of human countries attended the Great Luo Empire's conferring ceremony. To put it bluntly, the crowning ceremony of the upper-ranking empire was a self-crowning ceremony. It was because in the human countries, the upper-ranking empire was the highest existence. According to their status and identity, the representatives from each country had arranged their seats in different places. First, the emperor of the Great Luo Empire gave a speech. Of course, it was an official speech. After the emperor had given his speech, the Stargaze Palace started to sing the main theme. Although this ceremony to become an upper-ranking empire was in the name of the royal family, in fact, everyone knew that the strength of a country depended on the supporting powerhouse behind the scenes. For the Great Luo, of course, the supporting powerhouse would depend on the Stargaze Palace. With a leisurely expression, Zhuo Buchuan looked around. Before him, many heroes from the human countries had gathered at the Great Luo Empire to witness this historic moment. Thank you all for coming from afar. The Great Luo has always been kind to people. Regardless of diplomatic relations between countries or personal interactions, we emphasize on harmony. In recent years, the survival situation of the East has been challenged. It has forced the Eastern countries to form an alliance and elect the Stargaze Palace as the leader of the East. For the peace of the East, the Stargaze Palace will not decline. Today, I have invited all of you to be witnesses. From now on, the Great Luo will change our banner and become an upper-ranking empire. We will protect the peace of the East. Zhuo Buchuan's voice was clear and distant. It entered each person's ears clearly. Everyone knows that the human countries have always emphasized on those who are capable. It is the same even for the commodity empires. Since the Great Luo has been elected as the leader of the East, in terms of strength, the Stargaze Palace has reached the basic requirement of a commodity empire. Zhuo Buchuan's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that this was the crowning ceremony. It was not a low-key occasion. When it was time to be high-profile, one must be. Or else, how could they convince the people? For this crowning ceremony, we have consulted the Nine Raven and the Sky Travel Empire. We have also received a clear reply from these two empires. Thus, in terms of reason, my Great Luo Empire has done our homework. These two great empires were also very gracious. The Nine Raven Temple's Great Divinity Chief and the Emperor Buddha Palace's Great Palace Master had personally come to observe the ceremony. Our Great Luo Empire is extremely honored. Everyone's gaze turned towards the Nine Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace. They were actually curious as to why the Nine Raven Temple and Emperor Buddha Palace were so easy to talk to this time. Are there really no objections at all? Let's invite these two elite warriors to come up to the stage and meet with everyone. How about it? Zhuo Buchuan gently rubbed his palms and sent out a sincere invitation. Hearing Zhuo Buchuan's public invitation, that head divinity chief and head palace master could not refuse. He stood up with a smile and walked towards the stage. Both of them were peerless powerhouses whose names shook the human countries. As soon as they walked out, their auras immediately stood out from the crowd. Just the temperament that they inadvertently revealed was enough to make everyone who came to watch the ceremony admire them. This was an expert, an absolute expert. Zhuo Buchuan cupped his hands in a salute. It's my honor to invite you two to the stage. However, the head divinity chief said with a smile. Palace Master Zhuo, in the future, we are on the same level. No need to be so courteous. Palace Master Zhu, what do you think? The head palace master of the Emperor Buddha Palace had the surname Zhu and his name was Zhu Dong. On that day, he had also seen the battle outside the eastern city gate and had witnessed Qin Wushuang's young and promising methods. Only, in terms of judging people, he was much weaker than the head divinity chief of the Nine Raven Temple. Yet, he did not make any changes to his strategy because of Qin Wushuang. Now, he only wanted to see the strategy of the head divinity chief of the Nine Raven Temple and act according to the situation. When he heard the head divinity chief's question, he said with a face full of smiles, Head divinity chief, you are an elite warrior, your words must be true. Since you said it this way, how could you be wrong? Ha ha. The head divinity chief looked at Zhu Dong meaningfully and laughed. Palace Master Zhu, after not seeing you for so many years, you are still so humorous. Congratulations, head divinity chief, you are still as graceful as ever. These two were being courteous with each other. However, Zhuo Buchuan laughed. Since you two are the leaders of the strongest sects in the human countries, of course you are much more graceful than others. It's needless to say. Today, it's the Stargaze Palace's face and the Great Luo's honor to be able to invite two elite warriors of virtue and virtue. The head divinity chief laughed leisurely. Palace Master Zhuo, you are too polite. I see that your Great Luo is extraordinary and the strength of the Stargaze Palace has also improved greatly. Of course, you are worthy of becoming an upper-ranking empire. The Nine Raven Empire does not interact much with the East. However, it would be great if the situation in the East improved because of the existence of the Great Luo. Of course, the Nine Raven Empire will not make things difficult for you. The head divinity chief intended to help the entire Stargaze Palace and form a good relationship. Thus, his words were full of encouragement. Even Zhu Dong didn't expect such a thing to happen. Initially, Zhu Dong thought that for sure, the Nine Raven Temple strategy would be the same as the Emperor Buddha Palace. He would wait to see the reaction of the Nine Palace. Initially, he would maintain a neutral attitude and wait for the result of the conflict between the Nine Palace and the Stargaze Palace. Then, it would not be too late to make a decision. However, from the performance of the head divinity chief of the Nine Raven Temple, it seemed that he did not plan to be a fence-sitter. Instead, he showed a clear attitude and supported the Stargaze Palace. Why is this? A giant question mark appeared in Zhu Dong's head. He never thought that this time, the Nine Raven Temple would show such a clear attitude. There must be a reason for this abnormal situation. Zhu Dong was a smart person. When he saw the head divinity chief of the Nine Raven Temple acting this way, he already had an idea. At the moment, he pushed the boat with the current and said, just as the head divinity chief said, it would be a wonderful thing if the eastern situation could be improved because of the Great Luo's power. Indeed, as Palace Master Zhuo said, there are many capable people in the Tian Xian land. His words did not sound like he was against it, nor was he openly supporting it. Anyways, his words left some room for discussion. Inwardly, many people from the Stargaze Palace understood the situation when they heard these words. They knew that the attitude of the Emperor Buddha Palace was not as straightforward as the Nine Raven Temple. However, they were not in a rush. The attitude of the Nine Raven Temple could be said to be an unexpected surprise. The ambiguous attitude of the Emperor Buddha Palace was not out of their expectation. Zhuo Buchuan laughed. This time, if the Great Luo could not change the situation in the East after becoming an upper-ranking empire, how could we face the alliance that voted us as the alliance leader? You too, for sure, the Great Luo will exert all our efforts to make the Eastern land have a brighter future. Before he had finished speaking, thunderous applause came from beneath the stage. Of course, this applause came from those Eastern countries. Firstly, it was to encourage the alliance leader. Secondly, it was a form of support. Amidst the waves of applause, suddenly, a strange and eerie laughter emerged from the sky. This laughter was eerie as if a wave of chilly wind had blown from hell. It made one's hair stand on end when they heard it. Qin Wushuang could not help but touch the graceful spiritual bow. With his powerful spiritual perception, he had already sensed that this cold laughter had come from Zhuo Tianxi. This was the person who had expected him to come. Now, he had finally come. This sneer was not deliberately embellished, nor was it deliberately laughed out loud. However, it was this faintly discernible sneer that forced all the applause to stop. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi looked at each other. Inwardly, they knew that in the end, what would come would come. Indeed, in the sky above the giant empty place, suddenly, a black shadow seemed to have dropped from the sky. It was as if a wave of dark clouds had suddenly dropped from the sky. Without a sound, it turned into a human figure and rolled in the sky. Instantly, Zhuo Tianxi's body appeared before everyone. Zhuo Tianxi stood in the middle of the stage with his hands crossed. He looked at the people of the Stargaze Palace with a cold smile. Zhuo Buchuan, I said that I will be back. Each of Zhuo Tianxi's words was sonorous as if he was pouring out the anger from his 2 defeats. Zhuo Buchuan said lightly, Zhuo Tianxi, don't do things more than 3 times. This is the 3rd time you have invaded the territory of the Great Luo. The previous 2 times, I let you leave easily. This time, if you are still here to cause trouble, you must know that the Stargaze Palace is not in the wrong before all these friends. Stop with the nonsense. Zhuo Tianxi did not want to waste his breath. Today, I did not come to discuss whether you are in the wrong or not. As you said a moment ago, in the Tian Shen land, there are many capable people. How do you define this capable person? Its strength. Your Great Luo wants to become an upper-ranking empire. Very well, show me your strength. If you truly have the strength, I will not interfere and will only stay to drink your celebratory wine. However, Tan Zhongqi said with a cold smile, I am sorry, even if it's a celebratory wine, the Great Luo does not plan to treat our enemies. Your 9 palace has invaded the Great Luo time and time again. Today, you have come with ill intentions. Just state your intentions. Zhuo Tianxi laughed coldly and glanced at the head divinity chief and Zhu Dong. Then, he asked leisurely, you too, did you receive the letter I sent you? The head divinity chief only smiled and did not speak. However, Zhu Dong said, of course we received it. It's rare for you two to have such tolerance. For hundreds of years, there hasn't been an upper-ranking empire in the human countries. Now that one has appeared, you two did not even test it and just accepted it. Is it because you two have great tolerance, or have the years of peace and comfort worn down your willpower and you feel that it's better to avoid trouble? Zhuo Tianxi did not conceal his mockery. The head divinity chief did not even blink his eyelids and still had that mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course, he would not explain anything to Zhuo Tianxi. Zhuo Tianxi had always been quick with his words. There was no need for him to argue with him. On the contrary, Zhu Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing Zhuo Tianxi's words. However, when he saw the head divinity chief's indifferent reaction, he did not express his opinion. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 388. Today, I don't need your help. You only need to watch me defeat this Stargaze Palace and expose their fake prosperity. I will let them know that they are far from being an upper-ranking empire. Zhuo Tianxi laughed recklessly and shot a lightning-like gaze at the people of the Stargaze Palace. Zhuo Buchuan, between the 9 Palace and the Stargaze Palace, today, the moon will not be full. Qin Wushuang nodded with a faint smile. Today, he had made up his mind. Regardless of how powerful Zhuo Tianxi's background was, he would kill him if he had the chance to. He would eliminate all future troubles. At this point, naturally, Qin Wushuang would not consider hiding his strength. The life and death battle would depend on today's battle with Zhuo Tianxi. If he could survive this battle, the Stargaze Palace would have no worries. Thus, as a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, he was duty-bound. He also knew that this was the most crucial battle since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts. He only heard Zhuo Buchuan say, Zhuo Tianxi, don't do things more than 3 times. The first time, the 9 Palace sent out all their forces and almost lost all of them. You did not learn your lesson. The second time, you invited the elite warriors of the Shen Yuan Mound and they also returned with a face full of dust. You still did not realize your mistake. This is the third time. If the Stargaze Palace allows you to escape unscathed, how would we have the face to stay in the east? For today's battle, the Stargaze Palace can only fight to the death. Everyone, please bear witness to this. Whether the Stargaze Palace gets swept away by Zhuotianzi, or the Stargaze Palace uses the Nine Palace as a stepping stone, it will all depend on this battle. Yes, it will all depend on this battle. The Nine Palace has gone too far, let's fight to the death with them. Qin Wushuang stood up and said in a clear voice, Zhuotianzi, in the imperial capital, there are many civilians who are unarmed and not martial artists. We will only hurt the innocent if we fight here. You and I are both familiar with the Red Cloud Mountain. Do you dare to fight to the death there? Initially, the purple flame electric beast had played hide and seek with Zhuotianzi for many days. In the end, he had met up with Qin Wushuang at this Red Cloud Mountain. Back then, Zhuotianzi had fled from Red Cloud Mountain. When Qin Wushuang mentioned Red Cloud Mountain, he naturally had an ulterior motive. He was mocking Zhuotianzi for escaping back then, using this opportunity to attack Zhuotianzi's momentum. Zhuotianzi sneered, "Why go to Red Cloud Mountain? If you want to fight, why can't you go anywhere? I think this imperial capital is not bad. It's an honor for those lowly, ant-like commoners to die in a duel between experts." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Zhuotianzi's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about something trivial. It was as if the lives of ordinary people were as worthless as grass in his eyes, not worth mentioning at all. Qin Wushuang's expression changed coldly. Zhuotianzi, if you want to slaughter the commoners, there will be no end to this restriction. Unless you wish for the Red Dragon Empire and the Great Luo Empire to be removed from the map, otherwise, you should not speak such deranged words. This is not to show how brave and strong you are, but to show how stupid and abnormal you are. Zhuotianzi laughed and said recklessly, "Fishing for fame, this is fishing for fame. Okay, the Red Cloud Mountain it is. Is the Stargaze going all out, or do you plan to fight one-on-one? When dealing with an enemy, there is no need to think too much. Of course, we will do our best." Qin Wushuang knew that it would not be appropriate for an elite warrior at the palace master level to speak in such situation. For such words, it would not make him lose face. Zhuotianzi said coldly, "Okay, that will save me a lot of trouble. It's best if you all come together." After he had finished speaking, he cupped his hands in a salute to the head divinity chief and Zhu Dong of the Nine Raven Temple. "You too, would you like to go watch the show?" Heads were, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You are going in alone, why do you want to be a lone hero?" Zhu Dong gave a long sigh. Zhuotianzi laughed, "Stop with the nonsense, the winner takes all. I don't expect you guys to suppress the Stargaze Palace together. You guys should know your place and don't think about being a peacemaker. Today, I will not give face to anyone." After he had finished speaking, he condensed his body and dashed into the sky. Like a wave of air, he transformed into the shape of a giant bird and flew forward. In a few jumps, he had disappeared into the distance. Only his voice lingered. "The Red Cloud Mountain is waiting for you guys." Zhuobuchuan said loudly, "Fourth, fifth, you guys will be in charge of receiving all the guests and taking care of the situation. Second, third, and Wushuang, come with me to the Red Cloud Mountain." Zhuobuchuan gave out orders to all the people he had called out. All of them said, "Yes." Zhuobuchuan cupped his hands in a salute to the head divinity chief and Zhu Dong. "You too, today, Zhuotianzi has provoked us again and again. The Stargaze Palace cannot tolerate it anymore. If you are interested, please come and watch. If you are not interested, you can stay here. The Stargaze Palace will not force you." The head divinity chief still said with a carefree expression, "Palace Master Zhu, are you interested?" Zhu Dong thought for a moment, "I am afraid that today's battle will witness the rise of an upper-ranking empire. I am willing to watch." "Okay, then I will go with you." Apparently, the head divinity chief did not show much interest. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and took the lead to rush out of the city. Since the battle with Zhuotianzi was destined, there was no need to hold back. The Red Cloud Mountain was only a few hundred miles away from the imperial capital. Naturally, it would not take long for them to arrive. After Qin Wushuang left the imperial capital, he called out the purple flame electric beast. However, Bao Bao was not in a rush to transform. Bao Bao, in a moment, you will be a surprise force. For sure, that Zhuo Tianxi has entered the void martial stage. That's why he is acting so fearless. For this surprise, it will depend on how you will give it to him. Bao Bao was extremely excited as he scratched his ears and said with great excitement, Boss Wushuang, if he had also just entered the void martial stage, for sure I can beat him. The purple flame electric beast cried out strangely, Bao Bao and I will feign an attack. Boss, use the graceful spiritual bow to greet him. We must not give this Zhuo Tianxi any chance to catch his breath. The strength of an elite warrior at the void martial stage was not to be underestimated. He must not let down his guard. Beneath the Red Cloud Mountain, Zhuo Tianxi stood on a high ground and watched the people of the Stargaze Palace approaching from afar. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 from the Stargaze Palace had come. While he was watching, suddenly, a giant figure jumped out from the sky. It was that purple flame electric beast. When the purple flame electric beast fought, he never called out. As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of genuine fire swept towards Zhuo Tianxi's head. Zhuo Tianxi laughed coldly, It's you, you bastard. Since you made fun of me, today I will send you to the Western Paradise. As he spoke, he raised his palm and swallowed the sky. Instantly, countless hand seals appeared and smashed towards the purple flame electric beast. The purple flame electric beast twisted his body and rushed to the sky. Once again, he opened his mouth and spat out mouthful after mouthful of genuine fire into a row, another row, and then a third row. 3 rows of continuous fire circled in the air and rolled into a ring shape. Instantly, it rolled in around Zhuo Tianxi. Zhuo Tianxi shouted coldly, Petty tricks. In a flash, a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. The blade was as thin as a feather. He rolled this blade in his hand and immediately, the blade light overflowed in all directions. It rippled with countless destructive golden lights and slashed towards the surrounding area. As soon as this golden light rushed forward, it instantly shattered the 3 rings of fire and shot in all directions. Instantly, half of the mountain was set ablaze. At this moment, Qin Wushuang shook both of his arms and pulled the graceful spiritual bow with all his strength. He shouted, Watch out for my arrow. Whoosh! The graceful spiritual bow carried that jade green arrow and shot out a wave of soul-stirring green light into the sky. It was as if it was going to shatter the sky into pieces with an imposing manner. Boom! The power of this arrow had shocked even Qin Wushuang himself. During these 1 or 2 months of solitary training, he had also tried his best to consolidate his own strength. At the same time, he had also tried to harmonize with the graceful spiritual bow to form a deeper communication and understanding with it. Now, it was as if they had a tacit understanding. As soon as he used the graceful spiritual bow, its power had doubled. The power of this arrow was no less than an elite warrior at the perfect stage. It might even surpass it. Wushuang, nice archery. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi rushed over from behind. When they saw the power of this arrow, they were also impressed. Even when Zhuo Buchuan had used this graceful spiritual bow before the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace, he did not have such power. Even Zhuo Tianxi's scalp went numb when he heard this piercing sound and saw such temperament. Strange. This Qin Wushuang is so young, how come he seems to be using this bow more tyrannical than when Zhuo Buchuan used it? What kind of divine object is this bow and arrow? Carrying many questions, Zhuo Tianxi's body rolled in the sky and disappeared from his original place. He blended into the sky and escaped. This was the advantage of an elite warrior at the void martial stage compared to one at the spiritual martial force. This was also where they were blessed by nature. Using this method to deal with people of the spirit martial realm was a 100% hit. It would never fail. Qin Wushuang shouted, Everyone be careful, watch out for this guy's sneak attack. Although he reminded them, in fact, he was secretly reminding Bao Bao to use the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zhuo Tianxi's figure disappeared into the sky and floated towards Zhuo Buchuan. Just when he was approaching, suddenly, he felt a sense of danger as a terrifying thought flashed across his mind. Where is that golden monkey? While he was thinking, suddenly, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger beneath his feet. Despite being in a hurry, Zhuo Tianxi did not panic as he flew up into the sky with a wave of temperament. Almost at the same time, Bao Bao rushed out from the ground. He gritted his teeth and looked up into the sky. Zhuo Tianxi was only one step away from being able to react in time, or else, when Bao Bao came up from the ground, he would only need to open his mouth to bite Zhuo Tianxi to death. Even if he could not bite him to death, he could make Zhuo Tianxi lose half of his skin. Zhuo Tianxi's figure dashed into the sky. Qin Wushuang stabilized his steps and shot another arrow from the sky. With the speed of a shooting star and the temperament of a dragon and tiger, the arrow shot towards Zhuo Tianxi's figure in the sky with a strong airflow. For this shot, he had grasped the opportunity and targeted Zhuo Tianxi's weakness. Both Shuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi saw the opportunity. The weapons in their hands also turned into long lights and shot towards the sky with all their strength. Inwardly, Zhuo Tianxi cursed. He was already careful. However, in a hurry, he was still surrounded by the enemy. The purple flame electric beast jumped back from the distance and brought back the first arrow that Qin Wushuang had shot. This was their strategy. Regardless of the time, they must ensure that Qin Wushuang had enough arrows. They must form a sufficient deterrent force. Today, I am somewhat tired, so I will write these 2 chapters. I will let old Niu fight tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 389. After Qin Wushuang had shot out the arrow, he raised the graceful spiritual bow and knocked the other 2 arrows on the bowstring at the same time to maintain enough deterrence. Zhuo Tianxi was in the middle of the air and could not change hands. He could only straighten his body and dash forward. He planned to use the advantage of space to shake off the enemy. As soon as he opened up the space, he would summon that sealed Void Martial Stage spiritual beast. With an elite warrior at the Void Martial Stage and a spiritual beast at the Void Martial Stage, such combination could win today's battle in one spurt of energy. With the help of the powerful airflow, Zhuo Tianxi's body already glided to the left at a high speed and prepared to drop. The purple flame electric beast gave a loud roar and his entire body was wrapped in a ball of red light. Suddenly, he dashed forward. His speed was like a cannonball that had been shot out of the barrel and shot towards Zhuo Tianxi's direction. This was the purple flame electric beast's signature move. Initially, when he was fighting against Luo Yun, the purple flame electric beast had used it. Of course, Zhuo Tianxi was not unfamiliar with it. Only, it was one thing to see it, and another to defend against it. When this cannonball-like attack arrived, the entire sky was dyed with a wave of red clouds and seemed to have burned half of the sky. Before he had approached, Zhuo Tianxi felt a wave of scorching heat pouring over him from head to toe. If he was touched by this fiery temperament, most likely, even with his powerful body, he would turn into pus. Again, he twisted his body forcefully and moved to the side. He moved 3 or 4 times in the air and dropped again. His temperament had already dropped to the bottom. And at this moment, Shuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi's weapons came to greet him again. If he was on the ground, the attacks from 2 perfect stage warriors would not pose much of a threat to him. However, in the air, there was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. He was in an embarrassing situation. Thus, when he faced these 2 attacks, it was one disaster after another. He waved the weapon in his hand and a wave of sharp blade spirit swept out. It clashed with those 2 meteor-like lights and swept away those 2 attacks. Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line. Inwardly, he thought that his chance had come. He loosened one of his fingers and one of the 2 arrows on the bowstring was shot out with an unparalleled momentum towards Zhuo Tianxi. Zhuo Tianxi's lungs were about to explode from anger. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even have a chance to breathe before he was surrounded. Moreover, the way the other party fought was clearly trained beforehand. Every move was meticulously calculated, and it could be said that he was completely predicted. As a result, He was unable to display even half of his abilities. His hands and feet were bound, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Qin Wushuang's arrow was aimed at Zhuo Tianxi's ribs, which was the hardest part for him to defend. At this moment, the only choice left for him was to continue dodging to the side. However, if he continued to dodge like this, the situation would become even more disadvantageous for him. Passively taking a beating was impossible to turn the situation around. However, if he did not dodge, when this powerful arrow arrived, most likely he would be killed even if he was at the Void Martial stage. Stargaze Palace, if I don't destroy you today, I swear I am not human. Inwardly, Zhuo Tianxi made a vow. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward to dodge this fatal arrow. Just when Zhuo Tianxi's feet were about to touch the ground, suddenly, he felt the soil under his feet loosen. Before he could stabilize his feet, the entire ground under his feet suddenly collapsed with a rumbling sound and a giant hole appeared on the ground. Fortunately, Zhuo Tianxi was skilled. He initiated his temperament and rolled his body into the air. He did not get dragged down by this falling soil. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, as if the ground had exploded or a volcano had erupted, all the soil soared to the sky. Like a rain of soil, it rained down on Zhuo Tianxi. Each layer of soil seemed to contain a powerful attack power as it attacked Zhuo Tianxi's vital points. Zhuo Tianxi gave a long roar with extreme anger. The degree of depression he felt from this battle was comparable to when he had invaded the Stargaze Palace for the first time. At that time, the Nine Palace faction had suffered continuous attacks and did not even catch a glimpse of the enemy's shadow. And this time, although he knew who the enemy was, from beginning to end, he had been beaten passively and did not even have a chance to catch his breath. Every round of attacks was coordinated very skillfully. One after another, they were all linked together. It could be said that it was flawless. Zhuo Tianxi knew that he must take this attack head-on to create some space for himself. Or else, if he continued to fight like this, even if he did not get hit, he would vomit blood from anger. When he thought here, light surged from his entire body as he initiated all his temperament. He waved the blood-red blade in his hand and swept away all the soil. Bao Bao gave a loud roar and crawled out from the ground again. This time, it was in the shape of a golden monkey. He held a giant stick and stabbed at Zhuo Tianxi from the bottom. Zhuo Tianxi shouted, "Good." His body fell upside down with his head facing down and legs facing up. He waved his hands and merged the blade light with his body. Then, he slashed down with that giant stick. Bao Bao twitched his mouth into a smile and swept the giant stick horizontally towards Zhuo Tianxi's waist. This stick attack carried the momentum of the void. One could almost see that the air had formed into a whirlpool and rolled towards Zhuo Tianxi. For the second time, the purple flame electric beast picked up the arrow shot by Qin Wushuang. Borrowing Qin Wushuang's power, he condensed his body into a ball again. With a rumbling sound, he shot towards Zhuo Tianxi again. Now, Qin Wushuang held all three arrows in his hand and blocked all of Zhuo Tianxi's escape routes. Currently, determination filled his eyes and there was not a trace of hesitation or doubt. This time, he only had one goal and that was to kill Zhuo Tianxi. Zhu Dong and the head divinity chief who were watching the battle from the other side of the Red Cloud Mountain felt extremely complicated when they saw the desperate situation of this battle. Apparently, the head divinity chief had a more mature grasp of the situation. Thus, when he saw this scene, the shock and complicated feelings he felt was slightly better than Zhu Dong. Head divinity chief, is this Qin Wushuang from the Stargaze Palace truly only 20 years old? Zhu Dong's tone was filled with unwillingness as he spoke with mixed feelings. It was as if he was a parent who saw another family's child was more successful than his own. Inwardly, he felt upset. The head divinity chief nodded, "Absolutely. I have investigated this kid many times. His background, all of it proves that he is only 20 years old. A 20-year-old young man is able to participate in a battle of this level. I can only say that in the history of the human countries, this is rare." "What do you mean rare?" The head divinity chief said with a smile, "It's unheard of. The Tianxian land has never lacked geniuses. Although the human countries are at the bottom of the hierarchy, they still have the tradition of geniuses. However, a 20-year-old with such demonic skills, it seems that no one has ever appeared in history. Palace Master Ju, up to this point, do you know why I have never mentioned opposing the Great Luo Empire? It's because of this Qin Wushuang, Ju Dong said with a cold tone as he pondered deeply. That's right, the head divinity chief said sternly, even if this Qin Wushuang does not improve, at this moment, with the two spiritual beasts next to him, plus his own strength and equipment, it's enough for him to run amok in the human country. Even if the Nine Palace faction can suppress the Stargaze Palace, what about it? As long as this Qin Wushuang does not die, everything will not end. Think about it, if the three upper-ranking empires join forces to suppress this Stargaze Palace. If Qin Wushuang escapes with his life, with his methods and intelligence, he will become the enemy of the three empires. In the future, would he still have a peaceful life? Ju Dong pursed his lips tightly and did not answer. Inwardly, he had somewhat understood. I have also heard about this Qin Wushuang. I heard that he came from a subordinate country under the Great Luo Empire. The subordinate country he came from had a dispute with the other countries because someone from the other country had killed one of their upper sky martial saints. This Qin Wushuang killed his way from the border to the imperial capital. Along the way, he killed all the elite warriors of that country until he found the culprit. Although to Ju Dong and the others, this matter was not much. However, just this courage and determination, this ruthlessness and decisiveness, combined with Qin Wushuang's current strength, could form a deadly deterrent force. Hearing Ju Dong's words, the head divinity chief also nodded seriously. So Palace Head Ju has also heard of this rumor. Then you should know that he only owed that upper sky martial saint a favor. That little bit of affection could not compare to Qin Wushuang's feelings for the Stargaze Palace. It could not compare to the relationship between Qin Wushuang and Tan Zhongqi. Everything in the Stargaze Palace is Qin Wushuang's reverse scale. Anyways, the Nine Raven Temple did not plan to touch it. There is no need for us to touch it. For sure, there must be a reason for the rise of a powerful powerhouse. The Nine Palace had made that unwise move because they did not know the details. If you gave Zhuo Tianxi a chance to choose again, for sure he would not be the first one to stick his neck out. He would not drag the entire Nine Palace into an irrecoverable situation for the so-called Eastern benefit. Indeed, as the head divinity chief had said, if Zhuo Tianxi had the chance to choose again, he would never become the enemy of the Stargaze Palace. Head divinity chief, what is the origin of that bow and arrow in Qin Wushuang's hand? I can't see such a godly weapon in my eyes. The head divinity chief gave a long sigh. Initially, it is not a good thing for an elite warrior of the spiritual martial force to possess such a powerful weapon. If it were an ordinary person, they would not have the fortune to receive such a powerful weapon. They would lose their fortune and even suffer a backlash. However, this Qin Wushuang had such a powerful weapon and had attracted two powerful spiritual beasts as his companions. Looking at him, he still has the appearance of a lucky star. Thus, it is enough to judge that this Qin Wushuang has a bright future. Perhaps, in the future, he will be the one to save the human countries. Save the human countries? Ju Dong frowned deeply. Head Ju. Once a crisis occurs in the Tian Xian land, the first to suffer would be the human countries. If you have some knowledge of history, you should know that 10,000 years ago, there was a calamity in the human countries. Head divinity chief, you mean? A trace of fear shot out from Ju Dong's eyes. Being one of the few most powerful giants in the human countries, it was apparent how terrifying it was for Ju Dong to feel fear. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 390. The head divinity chief did not answer. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and looked at the battlefield before him with eyes full of disbelief. When Ju Dong saw the head divinity chief's expression, he knew that the battle situation had changed. He immediately looked over. Currently, the battle had reached its climax. After Bao Bao had transformed, he waved that giant stick in his hand and kept attacking Zhuo Tianxi like a madman. The power of each stick strike had caused the air to tremble. Zhuo was shaken by the power of this giant stick and realized that it was difficult for him to even breathe. Not to mention retreating. He was surprised to find that after not seeing him for a few months, this golden ape had also increased greatly and entered the void martial stage. Although they were both at the void martial stage, Bao Bao's stage was much higher than Zhuo. After entering the void martial stage, the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey inside Bao Bao's body had awakened further. Zhuo had never expected that the power he had unleashed would increase greatly in battle. Bao Bao waved his giant stick and kept smashing at him one after another. Zhuo wanted to separate himself a few times but could not do so. He could only wave the blood-red battle blade with one hand and grab that seal talisman with the other. He threw it into the air and was about to initiate his chi to activate this seal talisman and summon that sealed void martial stage spiritual beast. As long as he could summon this void martial stage spiritual beast, he would have nothing to worry about. Qin Wushuang watched each of Zhuo movements from afar. The instant he saw him move his arm and throw out this seal talisman, he opened the graceful spiritual bow again. Whoosh! The jade-green arrow turned into a long light and shot forward. Zhuo opened his eyes widely and initiated a wave of power from his palm to activate this seal talisman. In the blink of an eye, the jade-green arrow was launched later but arrived first. In the time it took to breathe, it was already in front of him. Zhuo only felt a wave of murderous intent from behind him and his heart sank. He immediately tried to suck that seal talisman back. He knew that to activate this seal talisman, it would take some time. It would not be completed in a breath. And now, this attack came from behind him at a lightning speed. For sure, it was Qin Wushuang's sneak attack. In this way, he had no choice but to withdraw the sealing talisman and look for another opportunity. Zhuo reached out his hand and was about to grab the sealing talisman when a gust of wind suddenly shot out from the side. Whoosh! As the wind blew, it actually blew away the sealing talisman in his hands. Almost at the same time, the jade-green arrow behind him arrived. Zhuo was enraged. His body quickly turned into a shadow and dodged the arrow. However, he had evaded this arrow from his back and left a huge gap for Bao Bao. Bao Bao swung his stick and jumped high into the air. Then, he slammed the stick down. Zhuo was unable to dodge and could only wave his blood-red saber to block. Boom! When the two shocking auras collided, Zhuo only felt the blood and qi in his chest churning. His feet sank a full foot deep. Being an elite warrior at the void martial stage, he had been forced to sink by a spiritual beast. It was enough to show that the power of this stick had surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. As that sealing talisman floated with the wind, the purple flame electric beast dashed forward with lightning speed. He grabbed it and delivered it to Qin Wushuang. "Boss, this is a sealing talisman. This Zhuo has a sealed beast at the void martial stage. It's the same as that guy from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Qin Wushuang took it coldly and drew a breath of cold air. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is willing to pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, this Zhuo is a hopeless idiot. A hopeless idiot. The purple flame electric beast was somewhat confused. "What's that?" Qin Wushuang shook his head with a smile. "Lone, you have done a great job. After taking Zhuo sealed beast, he has lost his claws and teeth. Without this trump card, it's up to us to kill him." The purple flame electric beast's blood boiled as he rubbed his palms. "Boss, Bao Bao has already tied him down. I will go disturb him again. You use the graceful spiritual bow and shoot him to death with continuous arrows." Qin Wushuang nodded coldly. "Okay." The purple flame electric beast smiled proudly. Again, he rolled his body and congealed into a ball of light. He jumped before Qin Wushuang and roared, "Boss, use your graceful spiritual bow to help me, how about it?" This bold suggestion made Qin Wushuang somewhat hesitant. He was worried that the purple flame electric beast's body could not withstand the power of the graceful spiritual bow. "Boss, don't worry. I will release part of the power myself. You only need to push me with part of the power of this graceful spiritual bow." After a moment of thinking, Qin Wushuang nodded, okay. Instantly, he took down the jade green arrow and the purple flame electric beast jumped into the air. He put his back foot on the bowstring and made a dash in the air. Kicking with both legs, Qin Wushuang followed and swung his arm to pull the bow to a full moon. 1, 2, 3. Go. This man and beast had a tacit understanding. When Qin Wushuang let go of the bowstring, the purple flame electric beast also dashed forward. With the addition of his own power and the power of this graceful spiritual bow, the speed of the purple flame electric beast had increased by more than 2 times. He turned into a wave of blood-red light and slashed across the sky. Like a red sun shooting from the sky, he arrived before Zhuo Tianxi in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Tianxi was exhausted from defending against Bao Bao's attacks. When he saw this purple flame electric beast charging at him, he shouted angrily, "Bastard, do you think I don't dare to slash you?" He flicked his sleeve and before he could raise a wave of astral wind, he immediately felt a wave of strong pressure rushing at him. Not good. When Zhuo Tianxi felt that this presence was different from before, the purple flame electric beast was already 3 meters behind him. In a hurry, Zhuo Tianxi moved his body forward and gathered all his power on his back. He initiated his qi and planned to take this hit head-on. It was not because Zhuo Tianxi was willing to take it head-on, but because he had no other choice. If he dashed forward again, the power of Bao Bao's giant stick would not be lighter than this one. In fact, it would be even crazier. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, he could only choose the lesser of the 2 evils. Boom! With a burst of light, the body of the purple flame electric beast crashed into the qi on Zhuo Tianxi's back. As if he had hit a spring, he shot out quickly. Rolling in the sky, the purple flame electric beast dropped to the ground and retreated a dozen steps. The muscles on his entire body could not help but tremble. Apparently, this hit had also caused great damage to his body. It had also caused the purple flame electric beast, who had a rough skin, to suffer a great loss. Only, Zhuo Tianxi also did not feel any better from this hit. He felt a fishy taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his entire body could not help but roll as if his bones and tendons were about to break. His entire back felt an indescribable pain as if his entire skeleton was about to fall apart. The most terrible thing was that this collision had actually injured his dantian, shaking his qi to the point that it was faintly numb. The injury wasn't light. Bao Bao saw the opportunity and waved the giant stick in his hand even more fiercely. With a series of strange cries, as if he had been possessed, each stick hit Zhuo Tianxi's vital points. Inwardly, Zhuo Tianxi felt waves of despair. He knew that he had no chance of winning today's battle. Currently, the only way was to escape and save his life. From afar, Qin Wushuang saw Zhuo Tianxi's movements clearly. He saw that Zhuo Tianxi was holding on, yet his body was swaying. Apparently, he was not as agile as before. Once again, he narked the green jade arrow and focused all of his attention on this graceful spiritual bow. Instantly, it seemed that between the heaven and earth, there was only this graceful spiritual bow and that moving target in the distance. Kill. He must shoot this person to death. Currently, Qin Wushuang only had one thought in his mind. He no longer paid attention to any changes around him. Currently, Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi were no longer making a move. Instead, they had cleverly occupied a corner and blocked Zhuo Tianxi's escape route. Vividly, these two and the purple flame electric beast had formed a triangular area with Qin Wushuang. They had locked Zhuo Tianxi in the space and allowed Bao Bao to trample on him. Boom, boom, boom. Each time when Zhuo Tianxi received Bao Bao's stick, his entire dantian would tremble. Although they were both at the void martial stage, even if Zhuo Tianxi was not injured, the divine power from Bao Bao's attack would be enough to make him suffer. Not to mention, he was injured and trapped by Bao Bao's divine power. Although Zhuo Tianxi could barely protect himself, he did not have the power to deal with anything else. Again, Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line. He activated the graceful spiritual bow and shot it like a full moon. This time, he shot out 2 arrows at the same time as if 2 dragons were fighting for a pearl. As the long jade green light pierced through the sky, It seemed that in an instant, it had dyed the horizon into a jade-green color. The clear and transparent sky had also been decorated into a giant piece of jade. Inside the green light, there was endless murderous intent and monstrous anger. Just when Zhuo Tianxi was about to turn around and escape after receiving 3 stick attacks, he only felt 2 waves of murderous intent attacking him from behind. As if the emissaries from hell, they were eerie and terrifying. They did not carry the slightest trace of humanity and were extremely heartless. Suddenly, Zhuo Tianxi's pupils enlarged infinitely. In a flash, his body transformed into an illusory form and wanted to dash into the sky. Only, how could he escape when the arrows had been formed? Whoosh, whoosh. The continuous arrows were shot out cleanly as they locked onto Zhuo Tianxi's illusory figure. Pop, pop. With a clear sound of flesh piercing, the 2 arrows had hit their target and nailed into Zhuo Tianxi's body. In a flash of green light, suddenly, it pierced through his chest. Boom. Instantly, Zhuo Tianxi's body froze in the middle of the air amidst the countless illusory figures. As 2 waves of blood shot out, Zhuo Tianxi's body fell down with a loud rumble. He dropped to the ground wearily with an expression of unprecedented fear. He lowered his head to look at the 2 bowl-sized wounds on his chest with disbelief. Inwardly, besides fear, he also felt some incredulity. He had never thought that today, he would die at this Red Cloud Mountain. However, the reality was so shameful that it did not leave him any room for fantasy. These 2 arrows had completely pierced through his body and injured his dantian. Unless a god had descended to the mortal world, there was no way to save him. Bao Bao laughed and swung the giant stick in a circle to smash down on his head. Bang! Instantly, Zhuo Tianxi's face was smashed into the ground. It was completely separated from Zhuo Tianxi's neck as it was smashed into the ground and buried by the earth. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 391. Even if Bao Bao did not smash down with this stick, Zhuo Tianxi would still die. However, he still smashed down with this stick without hesitation. This was the ferocious nature of the ancient spiritual monkey. Bao Bao's stick attack was aimed at Zhuo Tianxi. However, it was for the 9 Raven Temple and the Emperor Buddha Palace to see. His purpose was self-evident. Of course, he wanted to intimidate them. Indeed, when this stick smashed down, those 2 spectators felt as if someone had whipped their entire body. Instantly, all sorts of complicated feelings filled their hearts. Even Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi were stunned by Bao Bao's action. Qin Wushuang walked over quickly and lifted Zhuo Tianxi's body. Secretly, he initiated the power of Deep North and absorbed all the spiritual qi that was leaking out from Zhuo Tianxi's body. Although Zhuo Tianxi at the Void Martial stage was dead, his spiritual qi was still extraordinary. It was not something that Dao Haitang and Zhao Heng could compare to. On the surface, Qin Wushuang appeared calm as he called from afar, "Head Palace Master, Teacher, this Zhuo Tianxi has been killed." As he spoke, he called to Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast. Then, he said to Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi, "I will bring Zhuo Tianxi's body back to the imperial capital and display it to show the power of the Stargaze Palace." When he said it this way, the others would not be suspicious. Naturally, they would not know that Qin Wushuang had other tricks up his sleeve. Qin Wushuang jumped up and landed on the back of the purple flame electric beast. "Lone, you are fast, today you will be my ride." The purple flame electric beast gave a proud long roar. "All right." With a fast speed, he dashed towards the direction of the imperial capital. Bao Bao's speed was also fast and was not any less than the purple flame electric beast as he sped away. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi looked at each other. Apparently, they had not recovered from the shock of killing Zhuo Tianxi. Not to mention seeing through Qin Wushuang's tricks. Second, Zhuo Tianxi is dead. With lingering fear, Zhuo Buchuan remembered Zhuo Tianxi's previous power and the terrifying aspects of an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage. In that battle a moment ago, the 2 of them had almost become bystanders. Although they had played a role, in fact, They had not played any decisive role in killing Zhuo Tianxi. At this moment, Tan Zhongqi was more excited than shocked. Qin Wushuang's 2 arrows killed Zhuo Tianxi on the spot, making Tan Zhongqi feel that everything was a dream. Qin Wushuang had finally revealed his extraordinary splendor and radiated the brilliance he deserved. Only then did the head divinity chief and Zhu Dong slowly walk over. As they looked at the desperate battle situation along the way, they felt lingering fear. They also saw that Zhuo Tianxi was at the void martial stage. Despite this fact, he was still killed by the Stargaze Palace. The two of them were on par with Zhuo Tianxi before this. The head divinity chief was even slightly stronger. However, Zhuo Tianxi had entered the void martial stage before them. Now, he was one step ahead of them and had lost his life. Naturally, such psychological shock made their hearts surge like a surging tide. They knew that the Stargaze Palace had risen and were strong. However, they did not expect that they were strong to this extent. Zhuo Tianxi, who had entered the void martial stage, had also died here. And when they saw that Qin Wushuang had killed Zhuo Tianxi with decisiveness and without any hesitation, he had made up his mind. Even if it meant offending the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he would not hesitate. Just this courage and murderous intent had made the two of them raise their eyebrows. And the viciousness displayed by Bao Bao's last stick attack had completely suppressed many of their thoughts. Regardless, they would not become enemies with the Stargaze Palace. Inwardly, they had become even more determined with this idea. Palace Master Zhuo, Palace Master Tan, congratulations to the Stargaze Palace. Since the 9 Palace faction is no match for you, there will be no objections if the Stargaze Palace becomes the mainstream powerhouse in the human countries. Without a doubt, the Great Luo will become an upper-ranking empire. Now, the tone of the head divinity chief had come from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he had previously supported the Great Luo. Thus, when he said these words, it did not appear as if he was trying to curry favor with the Stargaze Palace. Zhu Dong also gave a long sigh. To be honest, earlier, I had doubted the strength of the Stargaze Palace. Now that I think about it, it's me who was short-sighted, ha ha. Zhuo Buchuan cupped his hands in a salute. Thank you for coming to watch the battle. In today's battle, the Stargaze Palace was forced to defend ourselves. Since we had killed Zhuo Tianxi, the Stargaze Palace will bear all the responsibility. You too, please follow us back to the Imperial capital and watch the ceremony together. How about it? Okay. On the other hand, on the way back to the Imperial capital, Qin Wushuang was fully immersed in absorbing the spiritual qi emitted by Zhuo Tianxi on the back of the purple flame electric beast. Indeed, the spiritual qi of an elite warrior at the void martial stage was blessed by nature. It was an abundance that Qin Wushuang had never encountered before. Although the loss was great, Qin Wushuang had absorbed about 50 to 60% of it. When they arrived at the city gate, Zhuo Tianxi's spiritual qi had been completely absorbed. And Qin Wushuang also felt waves of vibration in his dantian. Apparently, the amount of absorption this time had far surpassed the amount in the past. It had directly pushed him to advance from the advanced stage to the perfect stage. Initially, Qin Wushuang was only one step away from the perfect stage. Thus, after absorbing Zhuo Tianxi's spiritual qi, it had not only helped Qin Wushuang to enter the perfect stage. Without any exaggeration, it had almost helped Qin Wushuang cross 2/3 of the road to the perfect stage. The spiritual qi of an elite warrior at the void martial stage was extraordinary. The purple flame electric beast had crossed the city gate and arrived at the imperial capital directly. Qin Wushuang had used the Fury Dragon Soul Whip to wrap around Zhuo Tianxi's body and floated over. From afar, everyone could feel a powerful aura surging over. They looked back and saw the purple flame electric beast strolling over and entering the arena slowly. Qin Wushuang threw Zhuo Tianxi's body onto the stage and shouted, "Zhuo Tianxi was too stubborn, he has been executed." This action, along with Qin Wushuang's lofty declaration, instantly silenced the entire scene. Zhuo Tianxi had been executed. A moment ago, Zhuo Tianxi had appeared with such awe-inspiring and tyrannical manner. He had almost intimidated the entire scene. However, in just half a day, he had been executed. Zhuo. This name had once represented the supreme authority of the human countries. It represented unparalleled strength, power, and murderous intent. In the three upper-ranking empires of the human countries, he was one of the top 3 figures in the 3 strongest sects. In half a day, he had become a dried-up corpse. The Great Luo Empire has always acted with reason and evidence. We would never provoke others, but we would never tolerate those who bullied us. In the past, there was the Archaic Mysteries sect, and now there is the 9 Palace faction. They had invaded the Great Luo and the Stargaze Palace was forced to fight back. Qin Wushuang spoke with a high-pitched voice. Currently, he was also somewhat excited after absorbing Zhuo spiritual qi. He said loudly, Zhuo thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the Great Luo after entering the Void Martial stage. So what if he was an elite warrior at the Void Martial stage? Regardless of his strength, could he be stronger than the natural laws? I only heard that a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Zhuo had acted against the natural laws and acted tyrannically. Regardless of his strength, he could not escape today's retribution. Those who bullied the Great Luo and the Stargaze Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect and the 9 Palace faction are examples. In the East, the Great Luo is autonomous and we will not allow any human powerhouses to interfere. Qin Wushuang used this emotion to make his statement. If it were the previous Qin Wushuang, perhaps it would not be convincing. However, currently, he was surrounded by powerful spiritual beasts on his left and right. And he had thrown out Zhuo body with his whip. Through this series of actions, each of his words was like a pearl. Its penetrating power and persuasive power were incomparable. As soon as Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, a few claps came from afar. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhengqi also arrived quickly. Tan Zhengqi even shouted, Wushuang is right. The Archaic Mysteries sect and the 9 Palace faction are examples of those who invaded the Great Luo, and the head divinity chief and Zhu Dong also followed them. From their expression, one could see that the Stargaze Palace had won this battle. For a time, the entire scene became solemn. They no longer had any doubts about the strength of the Stargaze Palace. They were only sincerely convinced. Would a powerhouse that could kill Zhuo at the Void Martial stage need any other persuasive power? Before the appearance of Zhuo, everyone was still doubtful and unconvinced about the coronation ceremony to become an upper-ranking empire. However, the appearance of Zhuo had caused the entire matter to lose all suspense. Everyone had completely fallen into the rhythm of the Great Luo Empire and no longer had any objections. All doubts and unconvinced thoughts had vanished like smoke in thin air. Just when the entire Great Luo Empire had fallen into a state of celebration, Qin Wushuang had quietly retreated. He must seize the time to deal with the changes in his dantian. He had a feeling that this time, it would not be as simple as a breakthrough. Most likely, it would allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort on the path from the perfect stage to the Void Martial stage. Qin Wushuang brought Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast back to the Virtuous Cloud Summit. Boss, why did you bring us here in such a rush? We didn't even finish the ceremony. Bao Bao was a guy that liked lively scenes. Thus, he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. However, the purple flame electric beast said, "What's so fun about that stupid ceremony? There are no fights. I couldn't ask more for you to leave." However, Qin Wushuang said, "I left there because vividly, there are signs of a breakthrough. This time, you too will have to protect me. Boss, you are about to break through?" The purple flame electric beast said with a strange tone. However, Bao Bao was extremely excited. "Great, Boss Wushuang, if you don't break through, you will be left behind by us." Qin Wushuang said seriously, "Stop with the nonsense, you too must not neglect your duties. This time, I will be in solitary training for a longer time." Qin Wushuang was not speaking nonsense. Indeed, he felt that this solitary training would be different than the previous ones. Firstly, he had absorbed too much spiritual qi from Zhuo and needed a long time to digest it. Secondly, he also wanted to consolidate his perfect stage after the breakthrough. He would strive to take a big step towards the Void Martial stage in one go. To be continued, If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 392. This time, Qin Wushuang had spent almost a month in solitary training. Digesting the spiritual qi he had absorbed from Zhuotianzi was only one of the steps. He had spent about 10 days. Qin Wushuang knew that the density of the spiritual qi of an elite warrior at the void martial stage was extraordinary. Thus, he was not in a rush for success. Although he had only absorbed 50 to 60% of Zhuotianzi's spiritual qi, to Qin Wushuang, it was an unprecedented nourishment. Before this battle, he was only one step away from the perfect stage. He only needed a little boost to enter the perfect stage. Thus, after absorbing Zhuotianzi's spiritual qi, Qin Wushuang planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He would break through the obstacle before him and enter the perfect stage. He would also take a big step on the path to the perfect stage and consolidate his foundation to break into the void martial stage. After all, in the current situation, the perfect stage could guarantee him invincible in the human countries. However, the following journey required him to have a deeper level of strength to challenge. Since he had killed Zhuotianzi, regardless of how the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would deal with him, he must make some necessary preparations. To the Stargaze Palace, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was a colossal figure. However, Qin Wushuang also knew from Miss Mu Rong that 10,000 years ago, there was a 10,000-year agreement between each forbidden spiritual zones. The powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zones were not allowed to interfere with the conflicts of the human countries. In fact, this agreement was the only way to protect the human countries. Otherwise, with the strength of the various forces in the forbidden lands of God, just a few of them could turn the human kingdoms upside down. Although this agreement existed, one could see the style of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect from Luo Yun's actions. Even if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not interfere directly, they would use some indirect methods to make the Stargaze Palace suffer. Thus, when Qin Wushuang had killed Zhuotianzi, he had only ended the endless troubles before him. He did not know whether more troubles would come next. Regardless of whether the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would let it go, Qin Wushuang decided to plan ahead. He wanted to be prepared to avoid trouble. Now, he still remembered the secret ancestral instruction his father had told him. Regarding the mechanism set up by the ancestors of the Qin clan in the ancestral house, it was rumored that there was an explanation regarding the origin of the ancestors of the Qin clan. Although Qin Wushuang was not very interested in the origin of the ancestors of the Qin clan, he was not very interested in them. However, he also wanted to know whether the ancestor of the Qin clan was related to the heavenly emperor Qin clan of the Shen Yuan Mound. Miss Mu Rong had once advised him to seek refuge with the Shen Yuan Mound Qin family. However, Qin Wushuang had refused. Qin Wushuang did not do this deliberately. Only, before he understood the relationship between his ancestor and the Shen Yuan Mound Qin clan, he did not want to take the initiative to curry favor. Whoosh! Qin Wushuang exhaled a mouthful of foul air and threw all his thoughts to the back of his head. After a month of seclusion and a month of hard work, his original plan had been completely realized. Advancing to the perfect stage was only a step that would follow when the conditions were right. Most importantly, with the help of Zhuotianzi's spiritual qi, he had made more than half of the journey to the perfect stage. To any elite warrior at the perfect stage, this was a miraculous result. Currently, Qin Wushuang had completely surpassed Shuobuchuan and Tan Zhongqi in terms of spiritual qi. Not to mention the other higher-ups of the Stargaze Palace. To put it bluntly, currently, Qin Wushuang was unquestionably the #1 warrior in the Stargaze Palace. Qin Wushuang did not care much about this false reputation. Currently, his vision did not stop at the level of the human countries. He knew that his next journey would be at the endless Eastern Sea, the Shen Yuan Mound. Qin Wushuang stood up and gave a light whistle as he called out, "Lone, Bao Bao, you too, come out." As soon as he had finished speaking, 2 figures rushed out from the left and right. It was Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast. "Boss Wushuang, you are out?" "Boss, It seems that you have improved. The two buffoons took turns to ask questions. Qin Wushuang was in a carefree mood. This time, I have gained a lot from this solitary training. Not only did I enter the perfect stage, I also gained a lot of breakthroughs on the path to the perfect stage. Although I do not dare to say that the void martial stage is at my fingertips, at least I am moving towards that direction. Void martial stage. From the tone of the purple flame electric beast, there was a strong sense of longing. Bao Bao said with a smile, Senior Lone, don't grit your teeth. Each time I mention the void martial stage, you grit your teeth. Could it help you break through? To enter the void martial stage, you must rely on talent and fortuitous opportunities. The purple flame electric beast cried out, could my talent be lacking? Bao Bao, I will catch up to you one day, don't be too proud. Bao Bao laughed, when you enter the void martial stage, most likely I will break through again. The refined void martial stage is only the first stage of the void martial stage. There are still the transformation void martial stage, the profound void martial stage, and the perfect void martial stage. When you enter the refined void martial stage, for sure I will be a spiritual beast at the transformation void martial stage, ha ha ha. The purple flame electric beast knew that Bao Bao was speaking the truth. After all, he had the bloodline of the spiritual monkey. Such attitude and the bloodline of the spiritual monkey were something that other spiritual beasts would not be jealous of. For other fortuitous opportunities and hard work, there would be opportunities. However, bloodline was something that was innate. Lone, Bao Bao is a different kind. Let's not compare with him to avoid feeling depressed. Compared to me, for sure you will enter the void martial stage earlier than me. This way, you will feel better, right? Qin Wushuang joked with him. Bao Bao laughed. Boss has the spirit of sacrifice. Senior Lone, you must learn from Boss Wushuang. Qin Wushuang changed the topic and said, I wonder how the situation is at the foot of the mountain. Bao Bao laughed. For sure, nothing major has happened. Anyways, from my spiritual chi, the Great Luo Empire is very peaceful and nothing major has happened. Since the promotion ceremony has ended, all the guests should have left. Qin Wushuang felt extremely gratified as he gave a long sigh. Most likely, becoming an upper-ranking empire is the dream of all the ancestors of the Stargaze Palace. Now that it has finally been realized, all the ancestors can be comforted. I believe that the palace masters must be feeling gratified that they have achieved this grand goal in their generation. However, the purple flame electric beast said, what are they feeling gratified about? Without you, honestly, the Stargaze Palace would not be qualified to be compared with the number one sects of the other upper-ranking empires. However, Qin Wushuang said seriously, Lone, you are not allowed to say such words before my colleagues. I, Qin Wushuang, am a member of the Stargaze Palace. There is no distinction between you and me. Thus, your assumption is not valid. Each disciple of the Stargaze Palace should work for the benefit of the sect and contribute to the future of the sect. The purple flame electric beast remained silent and seemed to be thinking about something. However, Bao Bao said thoughtfully, I can understand Boss Wushuang's meaning. If the humans did not have such sense of belonging and could not form such cohesive force, most likely, there would be no space for humans to live in the Tianxian land. Regardless of the forbidden spiritual zones or the human countries, most likely, they would all become the world of the Beast Clan. The most important reason why the human elite warriors were able to support the inheritance of the human race was that humans had some qualities that the Beast Clan did not have. Different from the primitive instincts of the Beast Clan, humans relied more on their intelligence and strategies to survive. Indeed, Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised when he heard Bao Bao's serious words. Even the purple flame electric beast had a whole new level of respect for him. Bao Bao, I didn't see that at such a young age, you have such intelligence. Bao Bao chuckled and scratched his head, I did not analyze these words myself. The Silver Monkey King often said it. I heard it secretly and remembered it. Qin Wushuang could not help but smile. This Bao Bao was rather honest. Of course, regardless of who had spoken these words, it made sense. For the survival of the humans in the Tianxian land, Even the diplomacy between the countries relied on such cohesive force. Using the human countries as an example, if the major powerhouses of a country did not have any cohesive force and were like a sheet of loose sand, then for sure, the position of this country in the human countries would be affected. As for Bao Bao's words, it was mainly directed at the problem between the humans and the beast clan. Qin Wushuang knew that such a hidden conflict existed in the Tian Xian land. It originated from the humans and the beast clan. Qin Wushuang looked down the mountain leisurely. I just don't know if the head palace master and the others had asked for that method of searching spiritual perception from the Nine Raven Temple. Boss Wushuang, that is called the soul scouring technique, don't forget. Bao Bao reminded him. Qin Wushuang nodded. Let's go down the mountain and take a look. Both the purple flame electric beast and Bao Bao nodded. Boss, if we get that soul scouring technique, we can dig out the location of the last spiritual key from that guy's head. If we get 3 spiritual keys, we can open the forbidden door to the endless Eastern Sea, right? Yes, to the Eastern countries, especially the Great Luo. Exploring the endless Eastern Sea is extremely important. We must get this spiritual key. Bao Bao rubbed his fists. Boss, don't worry, I have a premonition that we can get this spiritual key. My premonition is very accurate. Boss, you must take me with you when you go to the endless Eastern Sea. The purple flame electric beast's tone was also full of fanaticism. I am also going. Bao Bao was also eager. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, let's go down the mountain and see if we got the soul scouring technique. When they returned to the mountain gate of the Stargaze Palace, all the guests had already left. The entire Great Luo Empire was still in a state of endless celebration. The Stargaze Palace was also celebrating. All disciples of the Stargaze Palace had gathered at the sect to participate in this historic moment. When he asked about the Nine Raven Temple, both Shuabuchuan and Tan Zhongqi laughed. They looked at Qin Wushuang with appreciation. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Wushuang, we mentioned the soul scouring technique to that head divinity chief. He said that you must be a guest at the Nine Raven Temple and he will teach you personally. Invite me to be a guest. Qin Wushuang was confused. He knew that the head divinity chief had a sense of propriety. For sure, it would not be simple to invite him to the Nine Raven Temple. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 393. Seeing Qin Wushuang hesitate, Shuabuchuan said with a smile, Wushuang, don't you want to go? Qin Wushuang shook his head. I have never interacted with that head divinity chief. This time, he invited me as a guest and asked me to go by name. Why? Again, Shuabuchuan and Tan Zhongqi looked at each other and laughed. Both of them had a playful smile on their face. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. Wushuang, regardless of the Nine Raven Temple or the Emperor Buddha Palace, they all saw your battle with Zhuotianzi. Currently, I am afraid your position in the human countries has surpassed me and the head palace master. In the eyes of the head divinity chief and that Zhu Dong, of course, you are someone worth befriending. Now, the Great Luo is also an upper-ranking empire like them. For sure, we will have many interactions in the future. In any major matters, they cannot avoid the name of Qin Wushuang. Thus, the head divinity chief inviting you is a gesture. Zhuobuchuan nodded with a smile. Apparently, he agreed with Tan Zhongqi's opinion. Currently, at the Stargaze Palace, Qin Wushuang and these 2 palace masters held supreme positions. Thus, there was no need to hide this conversation between the 3 of them. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, if that's the case, I will go again. Initially, when I acquired the Nine Raven National Scholar Command Plate, I also received some benefits from the Nine Raven Temple. I will consider it as making a good relationship. Yes, Wushuang, this time, you are going to work for the Stargaze Palace. It will not be a bad thing for the Stargaze Palace to establish a good relationship with the Nine Raven Temple. Qin Wushuang said, okay. However, I must return to the Bayou country to take care of some worldly matters. Do as you wish. Tan Zhongqi laughed. When you had just entered the sect, We did not restrict your actions. Now, you have surpassed us and are the pride of the Stargaze Palace. Of course, we will not restrict you. Zhuo Buchuan nodded seriously. Wu Shuang, your teacher's intentions are the intentions of the 5 palace masters. You have exceptional talent and great fortune. Your future is limitless. In the end, the Stargaze Palace will not tolerate you. We only hope that when you fly high in the future, you will still remember that your roots are at the Stargaze Palace. Tan Zhengqi's eyes were also filled with expectation as he spoke with deep emotions. Yes, Wu Shuang, I only have one request for you, and that is to not forget your roots. Qin Wu Shuang said seriously, 2 teachers, regardless of what happens in the future, I am a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, and I will always be one of the Stargaze Palace. Tan Zhengqi laughed heartily. Good, I have long seen that you have a pure heart and won't forget your roots. Wu Shuang, the head palace master, and I both think that your future journey will be the forbidden spiritual zones, or even the endless galaxy. Perhaps, a miracle has already begun to be born in the Stargaze Palace. Wu Shuang, don't feel any pressure, release all your energy. The further the galaxy is, the further you will charge. Don't cower, don't be afraid of anything, give it your all. Yes, with a disciple like you appearing in the Stargaze Palace, even if one day, the Stargaze Palace must pay the price, I will have no regret. Zhuo Buchuan's tone was resolute and decisive. The implied meaning behind his words was clear. He was reminding Qin Wu Shuang to not use the Stargaze Palace as a burden. It would not matter even if the Stargaze Palace would suffer revenge in the future and pay the price for their rise. As long as Qin Wu Shuang was here, as long as he could continue to soar. Even if the Stargaze Palace were to pay the price, one day, they would get it back 10 times over. Needless to say, these words had a tacit understanding. Qin Wu Shuang understood everything after exchanging glances with the 2 palace masters. Overwhelmed with emotions, he nodded heavily, I understand. After bidding farewell to the 2 palace masters, Qin Wu Shuang bid farewell to the other disciples, and once again, he stepped on the road to return home. Each time he returned home, he experienced different emotional experiences. The current Qin Wu Shuang was no longer the same as the previous times when he returned home and had many doubts. The current Qin Wu Shuang had already become famous throughout the world. In his homeland, the entire Baiyu country had spread the news of Qin Wu Shuang's bravery. Last time when he returned to the Baiyu country, Qin Wu Shuang had kept a low profile. He quietly returned to the royal mansion. This time, naturally, Qin Wu Shuang would not make a big fuss. He knew that with his current position and reputation, if he were to pay attention to extravagance, it would only be a waste of time and energy. Currently, the position of the Baiyu country was supreme in the Great Luo Empire. Especially the heavenly royal mansion, they had been bestowed the title of king by the royal family of the Great Luo. Not to mention the fact that they did not need to pay respects to the emperor of the Baiyu country, even in the Great Luo Empire, they did not need to do so. The title of Heavenly King still remained. However, this Heavenly King held a much higher position than the previous one. Da Shiming also received the National Scholar Command Plate and held a supreme position. Qin Xiu also received a corresponding reward. Even little Cheng Cheng received a reward from Marquis Dong Lin. Even the venerable Da Shi family had received the feudal lord status. In the Heavenly Royal Mansion, they had become one of the 3 feudal lords along with the Shimen feudal lords and the Tong family. This way, the power and position of the Heavenly Royal Mansion had risen along with the tide. Indeed, they were bound together for glory. Of course, this was a compliment to Qin Wu Shuang and at the same time to the Heavenly Royal Mansion. After all, the Heavenly Royal Mansion also had 2 upper sky elite warriors, Qin Lianshan and Da Shiming. Naturally, the royal family of the Baiyu country would not have any objections. Although the current Heavenly Royal Mansion was still the royal family of the Baiyu country on the surface, in terms of position, they had already surpassed the royal family. However, under such circumstances, the royal family of the Baiyu country knew their place. They knew that they could not reverse the situation and could only accept it. Fortunately, the Heavenly Royal Mansion did not act too forcefully and did not show any arrogance to the royal family. When Qin Wushuang returned to the Bayou country, he kept a low profile and returned to the heavenly royal mansion. Now, almost a year had passed. The construction of the heavenly royal city had reached the final stage. The main body of the royal city had been completed and only some minor renovations were missing. And now, the heavenly royal mansion had been completely built. Amidst the grandeur, there was no lack of profoundness. It made the entire heavenly royal mansion not appear to be a nouveau riche. After Qin Wushuang had returned to the mansion, Qin Lianshan had ordered that no one was allowed to leak the news of Marquis Wushuang's return. It was to prevent people from all walks of life in the Bayou country to come and disturb the family reunion. When Qin Wushuang saw his family again, he had clearly changed. During the banquet, Qin Xiu laughed. "Wushuang, I calculated that you have basically come back once a year. And it seems that you have only come back near the end of the year. This year, it is a bit early. How long do you plan to stay at home?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "In fact, it's a coincidence. Father, brother-in-law, I see that both of you have reached the upper sky realm. It seems that the green ice heart fruit is indeed a 1,000-year-old divine object. In less than 3 years, you will enter the middle stage of the spiritual martial force." Qin Wushuang looked at his sister Qin Xiu and said with a smile, "Sis, I am afraid that even in your dreams, you would never have thought that you would enter the path of martial arts, right?" Qin Xiu laughed lightly. "I don't like to train. However, your brother-in-law always says that it is good to train and that I should not disappoint your good intentions. Then, I will train with your brother-in-law every day. Brother-in-law is a great teacher. Sis, although you have not experienced the 2 stages of the pre-sky realm and the genuine force, your body has been transformed by the green ice heart fruit. It has allowed you to start at the upper sky realm. Regardless of your body or your meridians, you have reached the upper sky realm. Now, your dantian is gradually formed. I think that in 3 years, you can consolidate your upper sky realm. Even if you don't want to train, I am afraid that your power will be enough to make other martial artists jealous. However, elder sister, it's best if you don't expose your body to outsiders." Qin Xiu nodded seriously. "Your brother-in-law also said the same thing." Da Shiming said, "Little Xiu, with your current body, you only have the upper sky realm, but you have not consolidated your upper sky realm. It means that you have a body full of wealth, but you don't know how to spend it. Thus, for now, you should not expose it to others to prevent them from coveting it and having bad intentions." Qin Lianshan also nodded. "The human heart is unpredictable. Many martial artists would go crazy for an upper sky realm. What Ming and Wushuang said is indeed correct." Qin Xiu had a kind heart and had not experienced the dangers of the Jianghu. Thus, she did not feel the danger they had mentioned. Hearing the 3 of them speaking this way, Qin Xiu laughed. "Okay, of course I will not expose myself. Now, I am always at the mansion. With you guys here, I don't need to worry about these things." Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. "Sis is not someone who shows off, I know this. Yes, my good little brother knows his sister. Mommy, I know you too." Little Cheng Cheng, who had been eating all this time, suddenly said. Little Cheng Cheng was now more than 2 years old. He had also grown a lot taller and looked like a little boy. Qin Wushuang scratched little Cheng Cheng's nose. "Cheng Cheng, after talking for so long, I forgot that you are a little rich man. You are even richer than your mother." Cheng Cheng did not understand and blinked his eyes. "Uncle, why am I richer than my mother?" Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. When Cheng Cheng was just 1 year old, his body was still in its infancy. Thus, he absorbed more of the green ice heart fruit than adults. Although the 4 of them had eaten 2 fruits, Cheng Cheng absorbed the most out of the 4 of them. "Cheng Cheng, in 2 years, Uncle will take you to learn martial arts. What do you think?" Qin Wushuang laughed. Cheng Cheng giggled. "Uncle, why do I have to wait 2 years? I want to learn martial arts from you now. Mommy said that Uncle is the most powerful person in the world. If I learn martial arts from Uncle, I will also be powerful in the future." Everyone laughed when they saw Cheng Cheng's charmingly naive appearance. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Suddenly, Qin Xiu's gaze stopped next to Qin Wushuang. She said, "Wushuang, Is this young man from the same sect as you? Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. It was the first time Bao Bao had shown his human appearance. Thus, he was somewhat worried about personal gains and losses. During the banquet, he was extraordinarily careful and was afraid of revealing his original monkey nature. Hearing Qin Shou's question, Bao Bao could not help but blink his eyes and used his hand to scratch his cheeks. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 394. When Qin Wushuang saw the situation, he laughed even more. Sister, do you find his movements familiar? Bao Bao chuckled and scratched his head. Boss Wushuang, are you teasing me again? Qin Shou looked at Bao Bao with her eyes wide open. His voice did sound familiar. As for his movements, they also seemed familiar. Even Qin Lianshan and Da Shiming looked at this young man with disbelief. On the other hand, Chengcheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Mommy, it's Bao Bao. Bao Bao laughed. Cheng, how did you know it's me? Cheng mumbled. I've heard your voice before, of course I remember. Even Qin Wushuang was surprised. Although Cheng had played with Bao Bao many times a year ago, he was only a little more than 1 year old at that time. After a year, he could still remember his voice. Indeed, he had an exceptional memory. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang was also overjoyed. It seemed that Cheng had good talent and could be mold. If that was the case, plus the nurturing of the green ice heart fruit, Cheng's future would be extremely bright. Qin Shou stammered, Wushuang, how could he be Bao Bao? Isn't Bao Bao a monkey? Hearing Qin Shou's words, Bao Bao knew that no one had recognized him. This way, he had successfully refined his appearance. When he thought here, Bao Bao could not help but feel proud. Sister Qin Shou, you really don't recognize me? Qin Shou shook her head and her face was still filled with disbelief. Bao Bao, it's really you? It's me, haha, no one can recognize me. Bao Bao was beaming with joy. When Qin Wushuang saw everyone's astonished expression, he explained, Bao Bao has exceptional talent and has already entered the Void Martial stage. At the Void Martial stage, he can transform into his real body through the vacuum refinement technique. Just by looking at his appearance, no one can see his real body. Hearing Qin Wushuang's explanation, although everyone understood this principle, they still felt it was miraculous. To them, vacuum refinement was something akin to a legend. Suddenly, Da Shiming said, Wushuang, in these years, your reputation has been soaring. Rumors kept coming to the heavenly royal mansion in the Bayou country to talk about your deeds. Are these deeds true? Qin Wushuang asked with a smile, Brother-in-law, what stories have you heard? Qin Shou continued, that's a lot. Ever since you entered the Stargaze Palace, it was said that you had won first place in the core ranking competition. Then, it was rumored that you had led the Stargaze Palace to win the championship in the friendly competition between the 3 empires. Then, you used the spiritual arrow to defeat Zhao Heng, the elite warrior of the 9 Palace faction. Then, you went to the dispersed praying mountain to find the spiritual infant fruit to save your teacher. Then, you defeated the invasion of the 9 Palace faction and destroyed the archaic mysteries sect by yourself. Recently, I heard that you even killed the head of the 9 Palace faction, Zhuotianzi. Every time Qin Shou mentioned something, Qin Lianshan and Da Shiming would nod their heads, indicating that they had heard of these rumors. Qin Wushuang sighed, these rumors are not false. Only, for many things, it was the cooperation of my fellow disciples and not my own power. Most importantly, I had Bao Bao and Lone, the 2 great spiritual beasts as my arms. Or else, with my own power, I would not have been able to do so many things. Especially Zhuotianzi, the main credit goes to Bao Bao and Lone, I was only the icing on the cake. However, Bao Bao said, Boss Wushuang, don't be so modest. It was the 3 of us that killed Zhuotianzi together. It would not have worked if one of us was missing. Your graceful spiritual bow was the decisive factor. Without it, even if I was at the same stage as Zhuotianzi, it would not have been possible to kill him one-on-one. Zhuo Tianzi was also at the void martial stage? Da Shiming drew a breath of cold air. That's right. Bao Bao was extremely proud, however, even if he was at the void martial stage, it would have been useless. We still killed him. Apparently, Da Shiming showed some shock on his face. After a while, he asked, Wu Shuang, now that you are so valiant, I wonder, what stage have you reached? Qin Lianshan was also full of expectation as he revealed an inquiring look. On the contrary, Qin Xiu showed an even calmer expression. In her opinion, for sure, her little brother was powerful. As for his level, she had no idea. Qin Wushuang said honestly, Father, brother-in-law, now I am at the perfect stage. Perfect stage? Qin Lianshan stood up abruptly. Then, he seemed to have realized that he had lost his composure as he sat down with a chuckle. Perfect stage, good. Qin Lianshan could not help but mumble, perfect stage, good. Ha ha ha. The others did not know the hidden meaning behind Qin Lianshan's words. However, Qin Wushuang understood tacitly and knew that his father was speaking about that secret ancestral instruction of the Qin family. Only by reaching the perfect stage would one be qualified to open the mechanism of the Qin ancestral house and obtain the core secrets of the Qin family. All the secrets and origins of the Qin family would be revealed. In the heart of his father, Qin Lianshan, it was a supreme honor to complete the last wish left by the ancestors. It was something that nothing could compare to. Although Da Shiming did not know about this secret ancestral instruction, he was also extremely shocked when he heard Qin Wushuang's strength. Wushuang, I heard that the perfect stage is the strongest in the human countries. Now, you are invincible in the human countries, right? Bao Bao laughed, of course. Even if there are enemies, with me and Senior alone, we are invincible. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang smiled humbly. Brother-in-law, there will always be someone better than you. In the Tianxian land, it was difficult to say who was the strongest and who was invincible. Take Zhuo Tianzi as an example. Half a year ago, he was at the perfect stage. This time, he had reached the void martial stage. Thus, even in the human countries, there are a lot of variables. Regardless of the time, you cannot have the mentality of being invincible and the strongest. You must climb all the way to the higher mountains. Da Shiming had a free and easy personality. Although he was passionate about training, he was clearly different from Qin Wushuang's obsession. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Da Shiming thought for a while and nodded. Wushuang, now I finally understand why your strength is so shocking. Of course, it's because of your fortuitous opportunities and talent. It's also related to your personality and determination. Think about those young people in the same batch as you. My little brother Da Shiyang is only at stage 7 or 8 of the genuine force. And those young people from the Yun and Chen families are also in an ordinary situation. On the other hand, Simon Xing and the Tong sisters from the Shimen family had received some good fortune after entering the Stargaze Palace. However, compared to Wu Shuang, they also pale in comparison. Qin Wu Shuang gave a long sigh. Brother-in-law, the new generation will replace the old. When Cheng Cheng trains in the future, for sure, he will be a prodigy in the great Luo Empire. For sure, no one in his generation can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even the natural spiritual roots would not be as good as this 1,000-year spiritual object that had transformed his body. When Da Shiming thought here, he also felt extremely gratified as he gave a long sigh. This is because he has a good uncle. Qin Xiu laughed. Yes, Wu Shuang, Cheng Cheng would not have received such talent if he did not have a good uncle like you. However, Qin Wu Shuang did not claim the credit. Sister, brother-in-law, everyone's fortuitous opportunities are predestined. This is Chengcheng's own fortune. As his uncle, I was only born with the opportunity. Qin Xiu and Da Shiming looked at each other and felt extremely grateful to Qin Wushuang. Qin Xiu said, Wushuang, why don't you tell me, when are you going to start your own family and add a new generation to the Qin family so that father can hold a grandson and sister can hold a nephew? Qin Wushuang laughed. The future is long. Now, you guys have all consumed the green ice heart fruit and have a long lifespan. No need to rush. I still need to reach a higher level in martial arts. Qin Lianshan gave a long sigh. Wu Shuang has been obsessed with martial arts since he was young. If he didn't do this, he would not have achieved what he has today. Father will not interfere with you when it comes to starting a family. However, Qin Xiu said, even if you don't interfere, you must hurry. Qin Wushuang said, Father, sister, that also depends on fate. Qin Xiu laughed. I only heard that you have a close female friend, Miss Mu Rong. What is that about? Bao Bao chuckled. So Sister Mu Rong's reputation has spread to the royal mansion. Sister Qin Xiu, let me tell you, Sister Mu Rong has a good impression of Boss Wushuang. However, Boss Wushuang doesn't know much about Miss Mu Rong. He seems to be hesitant. Ha ha ha. Qin Wushuang scolded. Bao Bao, don't talk too much. Bao Bao stuck out his tongue. Okay, I will drink, ha ha. Qin Xiu laughed lightly and said with a serious tone, Father said that initially, both the Yun and the Qian family wanted to betroth their daughters to you. Wu Shuang, perhaps you don't think much of these daughters from River County. I think they are not bad. Only, with your high strength, you don't have much in common with them in terms of martial arts. Hearing his sister's words, Qin Wushuang immediately said, Father, I want to go to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors of the Qin family. Qin Lianshan's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Wushuang mention it. He immediately said, Okay, I will ask Cixi to arrange it. Qin Wushuang stood up. No need to arrange it. Father, I will go with you. Let us father and son go to the ancestral hall. Qin Xiu chuckled. Wushuang, are you avoiding me? Qin Wushuang laughed. Sister, you can sit here with brother-in-law and Cheng Cheng. Bao Bao, since you like to gossip, you can chat with my sister. Bao Bao laughed. Okay, Sister Qin Xiu, let me tell you about that Sister Mu Rong. Qin Wushuang immediately took the opportunity to leave with his father. The ancestral hall was located in the core area of the royal mansion and was not far from the inner courtyard. It was heavily guarded. Qin Wushuang and his father walked through the corridor. When the guards of the royal mansion saw Qin Wushuang, each of them was somewhat excited. As the guards of the heavenly royal mansion, they also felt honored when they heard people praising the royal mansion and Marquis Wushuang. Qin Wushuang raised his hand to signal them. Just as he took a few steps, he saw two figures walking from the opposite side. He raised his head and saw that they were the two housekeepers of the royal mansion. P.S. Since the power went out today, Bai Tian wrote 2 chapters in his notebook. Tonight, there will be 3 more chapters. I will not go back on my words. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 395. One was Go Sheng, who had joined the Qin family and was in charge of external affairs. The other was Xiao Guan, who had just joined Qin Wushuang. Xiao Guan's current responsibility was similar to Qin Cixi's in charge of internal affairs. One was in charge of external affairs, and the other was in charge of internal affairs. Although these two did not get along well, they cooperated with each other skillfully. Basically, Qin Cixi did not need to worry about anything. He only needed to retire peacefully. They would only ask Qin Cixi for help if there was something they could not handle. Your Highness, young master. When these two saw Qin Lianshan and his son, they hurriedly went up to greet them. Head manager Go, head manager Xiao, you look good. Qin Wushuang joked and patted Xiao Guan's shoulder. Xiao Guan, you have grown taller, but your strength did not fall behind. Good, work harder, you will soon have the opportunity to reach the upper sky realm. Xiao Guan was extremely grateful. He had received Qin Wushuang's promise that he would give him the supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill to reach the upper sky realm. Now, hearing Qin Wushuang's hint, how could he not understand? Your Highness, young master, head manager Xiao is indeed capable. Everyone in the royal mansion is impressed. Go Sheng praised with a smile. Qin Wushuang patted Go Sheng's shoulder again. Head manager Go, you didn't make the wrong choice when you joined me, right? Go Sheng was sincerely convinced. Not only was it not wrong, it was the smartest choice I have ever made in my life. It is also the blessing I have accumulated from my previous 10 lives. These were words from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, Go Sheng could not even dream of his current glory and wealth. Do your best. After a few words of encouragement, Qin Wushuang and his father walked towards the ancestral house. The person in charge of guarding the ancestral house was Qin Lianshan's sworn brother, Qin Lianchuan. He was also a core figure of the Qin family. He had a strong sense of brotherhood with Qin Lianshan and was entrusted with the heavy responsibility of guarding the ancestral house. Currently, Qin Lianchuan had received the preferential treatment from the heavenly royal mansion. His strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. In these years, he had reached the peak of the genuine force. He guarded the ancestral house and led the flying feather, bear, and falcon teams as the core power to protect the ancestral house. The strength of these 3 teams was completely different from a few years ago. Not to mention a true martial realm expert, even an ordinary Xiantian initial stage expert would not be able to gain any advantage in the face of the joint attack of these 3 teams. When he saw that Qin Wushuang and Qin Lianshan had arrived, Qin Lianchuan went up to greet them. Big brother, Wushuang. Uncle Lianchuan, thank you for your hard work. Qin Wushuang clapped hands with Qin Lianchuan and asked, Uncle, have you felt any discomfort after your broken arm was reattached? Back then, Qin Lianchuan's arm was cut off by the Shu family. Later, it was Qin Wushuang who found a way to fix his broken arm. After so many years, this was the first time Qin Wushuang had the opportunity to ask about it. Qin Lianchuan laughed, it's as good as new, there's no problem at all. Wushuang, not only are you powerful, your medical skills are also at the level of a saint. Indeed, you are omnipotent. After he had finished speaking, he shouted, Children, come out and greet the Marquis and young master. Dozens of people rushed out from all directions of the ancestral house. They were all old faces. Regardless of the style of their uniforms or weapons, Qin Wushuang had customized them personally. Only, compared to their initial naivety, these faces were much more mature and experienced. Greetings to the Marquis, young master. Qin Wushuang immediately said, We are all old brothers. Here, no need to be so courteous. Uncle Lianchuan, this group of children has improved their strength quickly. Qin Lianchuan was very gratified. This is because Wushuang, you had the right idea to build these 3 elite teams. Now, the royal mansion has these 3 teams. It is equivalent to having a powerful trump card. However, Qin Lianshan said, it would be best if this trump card could be even more powerful. Wushuang, do you have any ideas? After a moment of silence, Qin Wushuang smiled, I took a look a moment ago. Some of them have the potential to break into the upper sky realm. If I am lucky enough to collect enough materials, I will make some initial stage pills to help them fulfill their upper sky realm wishes. Of course, Uncle Lianchuan is now at the peak of the genuine force. With a small chance, he can break into the upper sky realm. I will think about it first. Qin Lianchuan was overjoyed. Wushuang, I also have a chance to break into the upper sky realm? Qin Lianshan laughed. Brother Lianchuan, since Wushuang has spoken, there is an 80 to 90% chance. Wushuang, this child, would not make promises easily. His words must be true. Everyone, keep working hard and give me some time. If I am fast, it will be 1 year. If I am slow, it will be 3 years. When I return to the royal mansion, I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Among you guys, not many have the potential to break into the upper sky realm. I hope that next time, more of you will show enough potential. My goal is, as long as you have the potential, I will train you with all my strength. If you do not have enough luck and talent, it is your own luck and foundation. There is no need to doubt each other, understand? Those guards all nodded. Rest assured, young master, we all understand this principle. Okay, everyone go back to your positions. My father and I will enter the ancestral house to worship our ancestors. You guys go back to your positions and do not let anyone enter. Yes. Qin Wushuang and his father walked into the ancestral house. Originally, this ancestral house was inside the Qin manor. Now that the royal mansion had expanded, the location had not been moved. Only some renovations and improvements had been made to the exterior of the ancestral house. When they entered the ancestral house, everything was the same as a few years ago. When he arrived at the ancestral house, Qin Wushuang felt an indescribable sense of solemnity. He only felt that inside this ancestral house, the spirit of the ancestors of the Qin clan was sleeping. He had no choice but to treat it solemnly. Qin Lianshan lit the incense and prayed for a moment. Then, he handed half of the incense to Qin Wushuang. The father and son knelt on the praying mat. Qin Lianshan said, "To the ancestors of the Qin family, I, Lianshan, and my son, Wushuang, are here to worship the spirits of our ancestors. Whether the ancestral teachings of the Qin family are true or not, today, Wushuang has come to verify it. If the spirits of our ancestors are above and care for the Qin family, please let Wushuang succeed in activating the mechanism." After he had finished speaking, Qin Lianshan turned around and said to Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, do you see that giant spear?" Qin Wushuang followed his father's hand and looked forward. A long spear with a jet-black shaft and a shiny spearhead was lying on top of the ancestral house. Qin Wushuang nodded. "Father, for this ancestral spear, I have seen you sharpen it a lot since I was young." In Qin Wushuang's remaining memory, his father, Qin Lianshan, had a deep affection for this spear. Although he had never seen his father use this spear, from his father's subtle movements, he could see that his father had poured a lot of effort into this spear. With an expression as if he was on a pilgrimage, Qin Lianshan slowly walked to the front of the giant spear. His eyes were filled with deep emotions as he caressed the giant spear and said, "Wushuang, this spear has been passed down from our ancestors. Not only your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, and your great-great-grandfather, all of the generations above, all of them had poured their blood and sweat into it. Perhaps, almost no one in each generation had used it. However, the spirit passed down from our ancestors was to cherish and respect this spear. Wushuang, the ancestral teachings said that when the family is in danger, you must use this ancestral spear to save the family and fight for a bright future. If there is no justice, then use this spear to fight for justice." Qin Wushuang listened quietly. He still remembered that when he had just crossed over to this world, his father, Qin Lianshan, had been sharpening the spear in this ancestral house after he had heard the news of his son's death. He had sharpened it for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that he thought about it, at that time, his father must have wanted to fight to the death. He had planned to use the ancestral long spear to fight for justice and a bright future. "Father, this long spear." Qin Wushuang walked to the front of the long spear and reached out his hand to grab it. He activated his spiritual power and shook it lightly. Unexpectedly, this long spear let out a sharp whistling sound and kept buzzing. "Wushuang, this is the sound of the spear." Qin Lianshan was dumbfounded. "I have touched this long spear many times, but I have never encountered such a strange thing. However, Wushuang, you have just started to activate it, and it let out such a violent whistling sound. Could it be that this ancestral long spear has some kind of karma with you?" Qin Wushuang also felt that it was somewhat strange. He shook it again and activated that whistling sound. It turned from sharp to vigorous and soul-stirring. Qin Wushuang grabbed it with both of his hands. He only felt that this long spear was like a soul that had a life of its own. It resonated with Qin Wushuang in an indescribable way. Deep inside Qin Wushuang's heart, it made him feel a wave of joyful emotion. It was as if this was a predestined fate, a fortune arranged by the will of the heavens. "Father, this spear is extraordinary." Qin Wushuang sighed. "If we had this spear, even if the Qin family was only a humble class, we would not have lost to the Shu and the Zhong family if we were to fight with them. Father, indeed, our ancestors were not simple." Qin Wushuang's words were not without basis. Currently, he had a lot of high-end weapons. Besides the graceful spiritual bow, he also had the Fury Dragon Soul at the Void Martial stage. However, the power of that Fury Dragon Soul was already extraordinary. Compared to this spear, the power and aggressiveness that Qin Wushuang could feel was far less than this ancestral long spear. Although the power of this spear was not as natural as the graceful spiritual bow, at this stage, Qin Wushuang could already feel its endless potential. "Wushuang, can you feel the power of this ancestral long spear?" Qin Lianshan said with an excited tone. Yes, father. This spear is extraordinary. Qin Wushuang only wanted to find an open space to perform. From there, he could form a deeper connection with this ancestral long spear. Wushuang, if the secret ancestral teachings are true, then this mechanism is inside the ancestral house. You will have to spend more effort to find this mechanism. Qin Lianshan gave a long sigh. Father, please wait for a moment. I will carefully search for the location of this mechanism. Qin Wushuang held the ancestral long spear in his hand and initiated his spiritual perception with all his power. He started to search in each corner of the ancestral house. After only one round of searching, Qin Wushuang laughed. He stopped his gaze at the area around the spear rack where the ancestral long spear was enshrined. He said with a leisurely tone, Father, for this mechanism, if I have guessed correctly, it should be here. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 396. Qin Lianshan's eyes lit up. Wushuang, are you sure? Qin Wushuang said, absolutely. After he had finished speaking, he walked around a few times and suddenly said, Father, you should go outside for a moment. I am worried that when I activate this mechanism, some spiritual qi will shoot out. Let's be careful and be prepared. However, Qin Lianshan insisted, Wushuang, I will stay in the ancestral house and will not go out. Father, I am worried. Qin Wushuang was worried that the reflection from that mechanism would hurt his father. After all, to activate this mechanism, since it required one to be at the perfect stage, this mechanism would not be ordinary. It would not be easy to deal with it if the spiritual qi shot out. However, Qin Lianshan's tone did not allow for rejection. Wushuang, don't worry. If you understand how important this ancestral instruction is to me, then you should be able to understand my feelings of witnessing this miracle. For the rise of the Qin family, even if I die now, I will not frown. Besides, this is inside the ancestral house. How could the mechanism set up by the ancestors hurt us? Qin Wushuang felt helpless as he understood his father's feelings. He understood his father's feelings even more. Throughout his father's life, he had worked hard for the family. His greatest wish was to bring glory to the family and fulfill the wishes left behind by the Qin ancestors. Now, he had the opportunity to activate the most secret ancestral instruction of the Qin family. It was completely understandable that he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Father, if that's the case, then you should put on this set of armor. Qin Wushuang took off that set of void martial stage armor and put it on his father. With this set of armor, he would not have to worry about even the attack from a perfect stage warrior. However, Qin Lianshan said, but Wushuang, if you put it on me, what about you? Qin Wushuang laughed. Since the ancestral instruction requires a perfect stage warrior, I already have enough strength. There should be no problem since I don't need any protection. Or else, this ancestral instruction would be a lie. How could the ancestors lie to our descendants? Qin Lianshan also laughed. That's right. Qin Wushuang held the big spear in his hand and stimulated his spiritual power with all his strength. Suddenly, the spearhead was covered with a layer of faint cold aura. It looked like a blue and white flame was covering the spearhead. Qin Wushuang's long spear gently pulled on the frame, and a few crisp and old sounds could be heard. The ground around the spear frame actually shrank in all directions, and a crack appeared. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a well. Only then did it stop. Smoke rose from the hole, spiraling upwards and shrouding the entire ancestral house in a misty atmosphere. Qin Wushuang and his father looked at each other. There was joy in their eyes, but more than that, there was bewilderment. Was this hole the size of a well the secret of the Qin clan? The smoke finally stopped. Qin Wushuang walked to the entrance of the mechanism and took a look. This hole was made from an iron plate, and this iron plate was about 10 meters thick. With such thickness, most likely, Even ordinary elite warriors in the human countries could not break it open with force. They could only break this mechanism and open it. Father, I am going down to take a look. Qin Wushuang jumped into that well-sized entrance and jumped down. Qin Lianshan looked down, but the remaining smoke blocked his line of sight. He could not see the situation below. While he was looking down, Qin Wushuang's voice came from below. Father, I have reached the bottom. There is an underground secret room here. It is not spacious, but there are a few tokens. I will go up after I take them. Hearing his son's words, Qin Lianshan controlled his curiosity and did not jump down. Soon, Qin Wushuang jumped up from that hole. As soon as Qin Wushuang came up, that hole closed automatically. The ground returned to its original state without any flaws. Wushuang, how is it? Qin Lianshan was excited. Qin Wushuang said, Father, there are only 3 things below. A jade plate, a sealed letter with a special method, and a map scroll. A letter, a jade plate? A map scroll? Qin Lianshan was overjoyed as he mumbled to himself, if there is a map scroll, then it seems to fit with the secret ancestral instruction. The secret ancestral instruction said that inside the mechanism, there were the tokens and the map to the headquarters of the Qin family, and the reason why the ancestors of the Qin family had come here. These 3 items faintly fit the ancestral teachings. In the Tian Xian land, the jade plate was a symbol of status and a form of proof. Naturally, the map scroll was the map to the headquarters. It did not need to be explained. As for that letter, it should be the reason why the ancestors of the Qin family had come to the human countries. Father, please take a look. Qin Wushuang handed over the 3 things. That jade plate was ancient and simple. There was nothing special about it. Only, the word Qin was engraved on the jade plate. After Qin Lianshan looked at it for a moment, he handed over the jade plate. Wushuang, you should keep this jade plate. Remember, you are the one who opened this mechanism, not me. Qin Wushuang could only take it when he saw his father's serious tone. After Qin Lianshan looked at it for a moment, he handed over the letter. Wushuang, this letter has gone through a special process. Since you got it, you should open it. Qin Wushuang removed the special process on the letter and opened the little seal on the outside of the letter. He knew that this seal was used to preserve the letter and prevent it from rotting after hundreds and thousands of years. Secondly, it was to prevent the letter from falling into someone else's hands. Qin Wushuang took out the letter. Indeed, there were 3,000 or 4,000 words inside. Qin Wushuang read it from the beginning to the end. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Wushuang, what is it? Although Qin Lianshan did not read the letter, he knew that the content of the letter was not ordinary when he saw the change in his son's expression. Father, take a look. Qin Wushuang handed the letter to his father. Qin Lianshan took it and read it once. He also read it again with extreme caution. After reading it 3 times, he raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. Wushuang, so the headquarter of the Qin came from the heavenly emperor mountain of the Xian Yuan Mound. There was a sense of pride in Qin Lianshan's tone. The bloodline of the Qin came from the Xian Yuan Mound, the bloodline of the forbidden spiritual zones. This made Qin Lianshan feel extremely proud and honored. Naturally, Qin Lianshan, who had always valued his family's honor, felt proud at this moment. The letter also said that if the descendants of the Qin could enter the perfect stage of the upper sky spiritual martial force, they could go to the headquarter freely. For sure, they would be treated with respect and enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. Wushuang, for this point, you have met the requirement. Qin Wushuang was not as optimistic as his father. He knew that the strength of the forbidden spiritual zones was far beyond what the human countries could compare with. For people like Luo Yun and Zhuo Tianzi, even if they had entered the void martial stage, they would still be a small figure in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. From this point, it was apparent that even if a perfect stage went to the headquarter, they would not receive the same treatment as described in the letter. With the strength of the Qin headquarter, would they care about a perfect stage from the human countries? Qin Wushuang found it unbelievable. Naturally, this letter also mentioned the 1,000-year crisis of the Qin family vaguely. However, It did not exaggerate and only hinted a few words. What surprised Qin Wushuang the most was not this. Rather, in the letter, the ancestor of the Qin mentioned that he had come to the human countries for the 7 deadly arrays formation. Although this ancestor of the Qin did not mention the specific name of the 7 deadly arrays formation, he did mention that he had come to the human countries to search for the eye of a miraculous formation. A rumor spread throughout the entire Tian Shen land. The person who had acquired that formation would receive a great fortuitous opportunity and climb to the peak of the Tian Shen land. It was even possible to break through the restraints of the Tian Shen land. Although the name was not mentioned, according to the description of the characteristics of that formation, it was said that one could only truly control this giant formation by finding the eye of the first circle. All the explanations pointed to the 7 deadly arrays formation. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was incomparably excited. From this letter left behind by the ancestor, he had a clearer understanding of the miraculous nature of that 7 deadly arrays formation. Even all the powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zones wanted to acquire this formation and control it. There was only one possibility: the owner of this formation was extremely powerful. Even if it was a left-behind formation, it would make countless powerhouses go crazy. He did not know where the ancestor of the Qin family had gotten this confidential information. Regardless, this information was top secret. He knew the approximate location of the first circle of that formation. It was around the Baiyu country. Only, he did not know how the ancestor of the Qin family had deduced this clue. Ha ha, perhaps this is the will of the heavens. My ancestor had come to this secular world from the forbidden spiritual zones. After a few hundred years, he had never found the source of that 7 deadly arrays formation. However, I had encountered it twice by chance. Perhaps, this array formation is really fated with me. Who knows? While Qin Wushuang was thinking inwardly, Qin Lianshan had opened the map scroll and started to study the exact location of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the route to enter. Wushuang, you still need to go to the headquarters of the Qin family, Qin Lianshan said while he looked at the map. Father, it's not difficult to go to the headquarters of the Qin family. I only think that our branch power is insignificant to the entire Qin family. Now, after a few dozen generations, we would be completely marginalized if we go to the headquarters. It's still unknown whether the mainstream of the Qin family would accept us or not. If we go there and get the cold shoulder, we would not need to go and ask for a snub. Why would I ask for a snub? Qin Lianshan's feelings toward his family was different than Qin Wushuang, the traveler from another world. Since the ancestor of the Qin family had come here and left behind a lot of things, he had left a way out for his descendant. With these evidence, you can go to the headquarters of the Qin family. Qin Wushuang nodded and said, I promise you, I will go to the headquarters of the Qin family. I will see the situation there. In the end, Qin Wushuang did not have much feelings for the ancestor of the Qin family. When he had come to this world, he only had feelings for his father and sister who were still alive next to him. He did not lose his respect for the ancestor of the Qin family. However, if he were to trace back, his feelings were not as deep as his father Qin Lianshan's. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 397. When Qin Lianshan heard Qin Wushuang's answer, he revealed a gratified smile and kept nodding. Wushuang, since we are the offspring of the Qin, regardless of whether the Heavenly Emperor Qin is prosperous or not, in the end, we are still the Qin. Blood is thicker than water, it will not be fake. Father, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He put away the 3 objects into his chest. Qin Lianshan walked over and handed that giant spear to Qin Wushuang solemnly. Wushuang, this ancestral giant spear has been passed down from generation to generation. Now, it is in your hands and you have finally activated the mechanism of the Qin. This giant spear is yours. I hope you will use it well and use our ancestral giant spear to carve out a new world. These instructions contained a father's fervent hope and all his hopes for his son to achieve greatness. Qin Wushuang took it solemnly and said seriously, "Father, don't worry, I will not bring disgrace to this ancestral giant spear. I will not bring disgrace to the name of the Qin ancestors." Now, he had made up his mind to go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He would see the situation at the Qin headquarters. If it was a group that was worthy of his loyalty, Qin Wushuang would not reject it. With the Stargaze Palace as an example, Qin Wushuang had a strong sense of approval. If the Qin headquarters was as peaceful as the Stargaze Palace, how could Qin Wushuang refuse? After he had completed the activation of the mechanism, the secret instructions left by the Qin ancestors had come to an end. After a few more bows, the father and son left the ancestral house. In the next few days, Qin Wushuang stayed at the royal mansion. After a dozen days, Qin Wushuang reunited with his family. He was in a great mood and proposed to depart on this day. After bidding farewell to the royal mansion, Qin Wushuang rushed back to the Stargaze Palace with the ancestral giant spear. Along the way, he did not speak a word. On this day, when he returned to the Stargaze Palace, Qin Wushuang planned to visit the Nine Raven Temple after meeting with all the palace masters. After seeing the first hall master and the others, Qin Wushuang suddenly remembered something and took out the sealing spirit talisman he had obtained from Zhuo Tianxi. First hall master, "Master, I obtained this sealing spirit talisman during my last battle with Zhuo Tianxi." Disciple left in a hurry and forgot to hand it over. "Teachers, please accept it." Zhuo Buchuan laughed. "Wushuang, these are your spoils of war, of course they belong to you. You don't need to turn them in." "That's right, Wushuang, you should keep it." Tan Zhongqi also encouraged him to stay. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely. "Masters, I don't know how to use this talisman to seal spiritual beasts. Secondly, I don't need it. By my side, I already have Lone and Bao Bao, two great spiritual beasts. It was more suitable to keep the sealed spiritual beast in the sect. It could be used in an emergency." Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi exchanged a glance and nodded. "If that's the case, then let's accept it shamelessly." Qin Wushuang immediately said, "Wushuang is a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. Even if it's my spoils of war, it's only right to give it to the sect." Tan Zhongqi laughed. "Head Palace Master, it's rare for Wushuang to have such thoughts. Let's not be pretentious and accept it." Everyone laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was very lively. Tan Zhongqi asked again, "Wushuang, when do you plan to depart to the Nine Raven Temple?" Qin Wushuang said, "I plan to depart after greeting all palace masters." "Great." Tan Zhongqi applauded. "Wushuang, don't be in a rush. We are not in a hurry to explore the endless Eastern Sea. We haven't even made a new exploration plan. After all, for the Eastern Alliance countries, we need new rules to arrange the spots and how to compete for the spots. Along with the destruction of the archaic mysteries sect, the old agreement between the three empires has lost its meaning. Yes, Wushuang, for this trip, you should consider it as a journey to increase your knowledge. Don't be in a rush. If you have the time, you can also take a trip to the Sky Travel Empire." Zhuo Buchuan also encouraged him. Qin Wushuang said, "Teachers, I will most likely explore the Xian Yuan Mound when I go to the Nine Raven Temple. If there is any recklessness, this disciple boldly asks for the teacher's forgiveness." "Explore the Xian Yuan Mound?" Tan Zhongqi was surprised. "Wushuang, that Xian Yuan Mound is a forbidden spiritual zone. Overall, it is not as dangerous as the endless Eastern Sea. However, there are also many elite warriors, different races, and different powerhouses. If you take one wrong step, most likely you will fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. If you go there." Qin Wushuang said honestly, "Teacher, recently, I heard some secret ancestral teachings. They said that the Qin bloodline is related to the Qin bloodline at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain of the Xian Yuan Mound. I want to go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and explore. Regardless of the truth, it will solve one of my worries." Xian Yuan Mound, Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Inwardly, Zhuo Buchuan smacked his tongue. Of course, he had heard of this name. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was a major powerhouse whose name had shaken the entire Xian Yuan Mound. Could it be that Qin Wushuang's abnormal talent was truly related to the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? This was an unexpected surprise. Wushuang, is this information accurate? Of course, Tan Zhongqi could also analyze the pros and cons as he could not help but speak with a somewhat excited tone. Master, this news is pretty close to the truth. It's quite plausible. I will go to verify it. Great. Tan Zhongqi nodded heavily and exchanged glances with Zhuo Buchuan. They shared the same thoughts as joy also emerged from their eyes. For sure, this was an unexpected surprise. If Qin Wushuang was truly related to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, wouldn't that be the same as finding a powerful backer for the Stargaze Palace? Although the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was powerful, they would not be as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan in the Xian Yuan Mound. As the name implied, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Mound resided. What did it mean to be the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Mound? It meant the highest authority in the Xian Yuan Mound. Although the highest authority in the Xian Yuan Mound did not mean the strongest, for sure, a powerhouse that could become the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Mound would be able to call the wind and summon the rain. And the Qin clan had once reached that position. To rule the Xian Yuan Mound, one must rule the Heavenly Emperor Mountain first. This was a publicly recognized fact. Wushuang, for this trip, your teacher and I will support you with all our strength. Only, the journey to the Xian Yuan Mound is filled with dangers. The territory is vast and covers more than a few hundred miles. I am afraid that 10 of our human countries would not be as big as one Xian Yuan Mound. Thus, you must be extremely careful on this trip. Zhuo Buchuan advised sincerely. Qin Wushuang said, Head Palace Master, Teacher, I will be careful. Yes, Wushuang, take care. Qin Wushuang bid farewell to the head palace master and the others and returned to the Green Cloud Palace. He tidied up a little and checked his luggage. He had already left many upper sky goods at the Heavenly Royal Mansion. He had given them to his father and stored them in the treasury. Among them, there were 5 or 6 upper sky weapons, including all the snake-shaped soft whips he had used when he had become famous, a few sets of armor, and some basic pills. A small portion of these goods had been acquired through trade. Most of them were equipment he had acquired after killing his enemies. For example, when he had first entered the Stargaze Palace, he had acquired some gains from killing that man in black, Devil Boy, Zhong Baidang, Zhu Dazhong, the Archaic Mysteries sect, and Zhuo Tianzi. But now, his luggage was much more streamlined. For weapons, there were 4 pieces. The graceful spiritual bow, the violet sun sword, the Fury Dragon Soul, and the Ancestral Spear. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had kept all of the spiritual talismans. He had kept the Windwalk talisman he had acquired during the friendly competition and the 3 spiritual talismans he had acquired from killing Zhu Dazhong. 4 secret books, he had the catalogue of the beast language, beast taming secret book, a secrets of the continent, and 10 scrolls of maps of the Xian Yuan Mound. 4 pills, besides a few 9 reversal sun pills. There were only those initial stage pills made by Shakyamuni Li Hua. He did not use the 10 ordinary initial stage pills. On the other hand, he only kept one of the supreme initial stage pills for Xiao Guan. Besides them, there was also a set of void martial stage armor. He had acquired it from the 3rd circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays. To Qin Wushuang, it was extremely important. Of course, he carried it with him. Besides these, there were 3 keepsakes left by the ancestors of the Qin family. And the 2 things he had acquired after killing that man in black. One of them was a jade plate with the words Dark Mysterious carved on it. The other one was a sheepskin scroll. Although it was incomplete, it seemed to be a map. These were all of Qin Wushuang's possessions. Besides the weapons, armors, and spiritual medicine, Qin Wushuang had given all of them to the Heavenly Royal Mansion. These assets were not cheap. Indeed, it had increased the soft power of the Heavenly Royal Mansion imperceptibly. It was not the first time Qin Wushuang had gone to the Nine Raven Empire. This time, his mood was completely different than last time. Last time, he had carried the urgent mentality of saving his teacher and had been suppressed by dark clouds. Now, he had the mentality of a guest and adventurer. Of course, he was much more relaxed. Qin Wushuang rode on the purple flame electric beast and Bao Bao followed him closely. They rushed towards the direction of the Nine Raven Empire at a fast speed. After about half a month, Qin Wushuang had arrived at the imperial capital of the Nine Raven Empire. Regarding this Nine Raven Empire, Qin Wushuang had good memories. Initially, he had left the Nine Raven Empire with a heart full of sorrow. Yet, he had returned with a rewarding journey. This gave him an extra favorable impression of the Nine Raven Empire. With that Nine Raven National Scholar command plate, it was not a problem for Qin Wushuang to travel together. Along the way, he received a high standard of reception and fully enjoyed the treatment of a guest as if he was at home. When he arrived at the branch of the Nine Raven Temple in the imperial capital, the person in charge of receiving him was still that elder from last time. Naturally, that elder was extremely surprised when he took the Nine Raven National Scholar command plate from Qin Wushuang. He immediately invited Qin Wushuang to the VIP room. "Could it be that you are the famous young master Qin Wushuang?" Qin Wushuang returned the greeting with a smile. "How have you been?" That elder gave a long sigh. "Last time, I had eyes but could not see the real deal. Only after you had become famous, I finally realized what kind of genius I had missed that day. Today, I didn't think I would have the chance to see your true face. My head divinity chief has ordered that if young master Qin Wushuang comes to visit, we must receive him with the highest courtesy." Qin Wushuang immediately said, "Please don't be so courteous. I am only here to visit the divinity chiefs of the Nine Raven Temple. As for the standard of reception, these are all red tape. Everything will be simple. If I am too ostentatious, I will not be used to it. All right. The head divinity chief has said that everything will be done according to young master Wushuang's wishes." That elder was very clever as he said with a smile, "Young master Wushuang, please follow me. I will personally bring you to the Nine Raven Abyss." The Nine Raven Temple was located on the 9 islands in the depths of the Nine Raven Abyss. The terrain was steep and very hidden. If an outsider were to enter the Nine Raven Abyss without a guide, they would not even be able to find the door of the Nine Raven Temple. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 398. Under the Elder's lead, Qin Wushuang arrived at the periphery of the Nine Raven Abyss. At first glance, the Nine Raven Abyss was a boundless sea. Looking from afar, the azure blue water surface seemed to be connected with the sky. The water and the sky merged into one color, which was very moving. Qin Wushuang stood on the shore and looked at the boundless Nine Raven Abyss. He could not help but praise, "I have long heard that the location of the Nine Raven Temple is very mysterious and beautiful. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation." The elder was not modest as he laughed. The Nine Raven Temple has always kept a low profile. However, the Nine Raven Abyss is indeed a good place to go. Regardless of the Emperor Buddha Palace or the Nine Palace faction, they were extremely envious of the location of the Nine Raven Abyss. "Young Master Wushuang, please follow me." The elder waved his hand and a crack suddenly appeared on the water surface in front of him. The water separated from the two sides and a waterway appeared. Every few meters on this waterway, there was a pillar floating on the water surface. It seemed to be built from the bottom of the water, but it also seemed to be floating on the water. The elder waved his sleeves and stepped onto the pillar. His steps were light and quick as he skimmed forward. Qin Wushuang did not hesitate and followed him. When he stepped on the pillar, it was as if he was stepping on cotton, which was extremely soft. With each step, the pillar would sink a little. Apparently, its bearing capacity was not strong enough. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang's body was as light as a swallow. Even if he did not step on the pillar, with his level of cultivation, he could still move forward with the help of the water. Like a swallow leaping on the water, he continued to rise and fall. In a short moment, he had already traveled dozens of miles. After moving forward for a while, he suddenly saw a protruding area in front of him. It was grayish-brown like a reef. The old man's speed was very fast, and he jumped on top of the reef. "Young Master Wushuang, this way." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not show off his body movements. Instead, he jumped casually and landed lightly on top of it. When he landed, the reef still sank slightly. Qin Wushuang was shocked. He could not help but lower his head to look at the reef carefully. If it was a real reef, it wouldn't sink with a single step. When the elder saw Qin Wushuang's expression, he laughed and said, "Young Master Wushuang, this is not reef, but the spirit turtle on duty. Today, it is his turn to be on duty in this area. He is responsible for bringing us to the next stop. Young Master, there is no way to reach the headquarters of the Nine Raven Temple. There were many stops along the way, and one had to pass through all kinds of paths to reach the destination. You saw those pillars just now, they actually appeared randomly. Since it's your second time here, it's impossible to see those pillars in that area." At this moment, Qin Wushuang finally understood why the Nine Raven Temple had such a unique advantage. It turned out that the geographical environment was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of the Nine Palace faction or the Stargaze Palace, compared to this Nine Raven Abyss, their mountain gates appeared extremely simple and crude. It would be easy for people to attack their mountain gates. However, the Nine Raven Temple was completely different. With such geographical advantage, if outsiders wanted to invade, most likely they would not even be able to find the direction, not to mention launching an attack. Since the Nine Raven Temple was close to the dispersed praying mountain, they were extremely knowledgeable in the training of spiritual beasts. Thus, almost all the spiritual beasts in the Nine Raven Abyss were controlled by the Nine Raven Temple. Senior, indeed, your Nine Raven Temple lives up to its reputation. No wonder for all these years, you have held the position of one of the three upper-ranking empires. Vividly, the Nine Raven Temple is showing signs of becoming the #1 powerhouse in the human countries. Just this Nine Raven Abyss alone is incomparable to any other sect. Qin Wushuang praised from the bottom of his heart. He raised his eyes to look around and saw a body of azure blue water. Inwardly, he thought that if foreign enemies were to invade and arrived at the center of this body of water, they would only see a body of boundless water. Not to mention invading, even he would panic. That spirit turtle on duty swam through the water at a fast speed. It was completely different than the speed of a turtle in the legends. After walking for about half an hour, that spirit turtle stopped. That elder looked for a moment and nodded, "Okay, it's time for another stop. Young Master Wushuang, the journey is very long, please don't be offended." Qin Wushuang laughed, "Since I have nothing to do, I can enjoy the scenery of the Nine Raven Abyss." Qin Wushuang was in a good mood. When the spirit turtle on duty stopped for a moment, a small boat suddenly swam over from the water in front. There was no one steering this small boat, yet it could take the initiative to swim over. It was as if there was a boat controlling it. It was extremely fast. When Qin Wushuang saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, after a moment of observation, he did not find it strange. Although this small boat seemed to be controlled by no one, it was only relying on the flow of the water. Under the small boat, there were also underwater creatures pulling it. Thus, it was not strange. Young Master Wushuang, although there is no one controlling this boat, it can travel as if it is flying. Does young Master know the principle behind this? That elder seemed to want to test Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang smiled indifferently. The surface of the water looks calm, but in fact, there is an undercurrent that is pulling this small boat here. At the bottom of the water, there are also creatures like spiritual beasts pulling it. Thus, this strange scene is created, right? That elder laughed. Everyone says that young Master Wushuang has extraordinary talent, and it is indeed so. With only a moment of observation, you are able to understand the profoundness of this. You are really impressive. Qin Wushuang smiled and did not speak. He still had a relaxed expression as he looked around at the scenery. Along the way, they had lost count of how many stops they had changed. When dusk was about to arrive and the golden sun had already set in the west, almost touching the surface of the water, that elder said, "At the end of this stop, there is a big island where the temple is located. Young Master Wushuang, I am really sorry for the tiring journey today. Qin Wushuang laughed, you don't have to be so courteous. As the sun set, the night gradually arrived. As they continued to move forward, they saw an island in front of them. It was as big as a city and stood tall in front of them. Around this island, there was a faint blue halo. The darker the night, the clearer the halo became. The island was in sight, and a big ship was approaching from the water. On this ship, the head divinity chief of the Nine Raven Temple stood at the bow and laughed. Is it young Master Wushuang? That elder quickly said, Head divinity chief, it is indeed young Master Wushuang who has come to visit. Ha ha ha. The dry laughter of the head divinity chief immediately passed through the vast water and clearly transmitted to this side. Young Master Wushuang is indeed a man of his words, coming as he said. My Nine Raven Temple is truly honored by your presence. In a moment, they met up with the big ship. Qin Wushuang jumped onto the big ship. Behind the head divinity chief, the remaining 4 divinity chiefs were also present. The head divinity chief was very courteous, as if he was welcoming an old friend. His dry face was filled with smiles as he started to introduce them to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang had met the second divinity chief in the Great Luo Empire. As for the other 3 divinity chiefs, it was his first time meeting them. Thus, he did not forget his etiquette and exchanged a few pleasantries with them. The head divinity chief said, knowing that young Master Wushuang has come to visit, I have already prepared a banquet. When young Master Wushuang arrives, we can start the banquet. After entering the island, Qin Wushuang was welcomed to an exquisite guest house. Just as the head divinity chief had said, everything was ready for the banquet and they were only waiting for Qin Wushuang's arrival. Besides the 5 divinity chiefs, a few other higher-ups of the Nine Raven Temple were also participating. After 3 rounds of wine, the head divinity chief finally spoke with a smile. Young Master Wushuang, when you first came to my Nine Raven Temple, you used the name Qin Wu, right? Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. At that time, it was an emergency, so I could not use my real name. If there's anything abrupt, please forgive me. The head divinity chief waved his hand and said straightforwardly, Of course, how was it rude? When Qin Wushuang saw that the head divinity chief was being reasonable, he said with a smile, Thank you for your understanding, head divinity chief. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. The last time you came to my Nine Raven Temple, compared to today, your feelings were completely different, right? The head divinity chief sighed. At that time, there was a giant stone pressing down on my heart and I could not help but feel somewhat impatient. Now that I think about it, I did act recklessly that day. Haha, young people should have such impulse. If it weren't for that, how could today's situation have occurred? This time, the rise of the Stargaze Palace is unstoppable. Initially, the Nine Palace faction had sent me a few messages to ask the Nine Raven Temple to work together with them to suppress the Stargaze Palace. Now that I think about it, the Nine Palace faction had become a fleeting cloud, and the Stargaze Palace had risen like a resplendent star. This is the understanding of the situation. There is a great difference between knowing and not knowing. When the head divinity chief talked about this situation, he also spoke with an indifferent tone. He did not appear proud or disappointed as if he was talking about an extremely simple matter that had nothing to do with him. For the time being, Qin Wushuang could not understand the head divinity chief's meaning. He only said casually, the Nine Palace faction is tyrannical and did not have the tolerance and self-restraint that a major sect should have. They only have themselves to blame for their current situation. Regardless of the rise of the Stargaze Palace or other powerhouses, I am afraid it will be the same. The Nine Palace only knows how to advance and not retreat. In the end, they will not be able to establish themselves in this world. Qin Wushuang's casual words had caused the head divinity chief and the other higher-ups of the Nine Raven Temple to reveal a serious expression. They exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. This young man was only about 20 years old. Yet, he could speak such profound words and grasp the situation with such clarity. Regardless of the depth, it did not seem appropriate for someone his age. After a moment of silence, the head divinity chief gave a long sigh and said to the other higher-ups of the Nine Raven Temple, Everyone, the Nine Palace did not lose to this young Master Wushuang, right? A few of the divinity chiefs of the Nine Raven Temple did not believe in Qin Wushuang's powerful rise. Until this banquet, they had been doubtful. Now, hearing Qin Wushuang's words, many of their doubts had been resolved. Only, they could not get rid of it all at once. Suddenly, that fourth divinity chief said, "Young Master Wushuang, I heard that your sect wanted to ask for a secret technique from the Nine Raven Temple. Between the sects in the Tian Shen land, there is a rule that we do not pass on our techniques to outsiders. We will pass on the secret technique of the Nine Raven Temple to the Stargaze Palace for no reason. I wonder how you will repay us." As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang put down the chopsticks in his hand lightly. He knew that this banquet was not just about courtesy, but also a test. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 399. The other higher-ups of the Nine Raven Temple did not make a sound when they heard the fourth divinity chief. They only raised their cups and drank in silence. On the other hand, the head divinity chief shook his head lightly with a smile as if he was a parent watching two kids quarreling. He did not express his opinion. Qin Wushuang said, "Fourth divinity chief, you have spoken of the common law of the Tian Shen land. But I don't know what the fourth divinity sect wants in return." Qin Wushuang took a step back in order to advance and was not in a hurry to express his opinion. He wanted to see what the fourth divinity chief meant. Was it the fourth divinity chief making things difficult for him, or was it the consensus of all higher-ups of the Nine Raven Temple? That divinity chief smiled lightly. "I heard that young Master Wushuang has a set of mystical bow and arrow with endless power. I will not ask for too much. I only want to borrow your bow and arrow for 3 years, then I will teach you the secret technique." Qin Wushuang shook his head and refused without hesitation. "Divine weapons are used to hurt people. I will not lend them to you. This object is compatible with my mind. If I lend it to someone else, I will not be able to control it and will hurt myself. Fourth divinity chief, tell me something else." The fourth divinity chief laughed wantonly. "You rejected me as soon as I opened my mouth. You do not have the slightest sincerity. That soul-scouring technique is also a method to read one's mind and hurt people. I will not pass it on." Qin Wushuang raised his cup and saluted from afar. "Whether I pass it on or not, it belongs to the Nine Raven Temple. I, Qin Wushuang, will not ask for it unreasonably." He put down his cup gracefully and cupped his hands. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Head divinity chief, why did you invite me here as a guest?" The head divinity chief twirled his beard and smiled. "Young Master Wushuang, you have a good tolerance. My fourth likes to be serious. Young Master Wushuang, please do not mind. I left a message for Palace Master Zhuo that as long as young Master Wushuang comes to the Nine Raven Temple as a guest, I will teach you the soul-scouring technique. I will not go back on my word." Qin Wushuang chuckled. "If that is the case, I must thank the head divinity chief for meeting me." The head divinity chief waved his hand. "Young Master Wushuang, when I first saw you, I was sure of one thing. The Nine Raven Temple should form a good relationship with you. Later, when Zhu Dong and I watched the battle at Red Cloud Mountain, I was even more certain of this idea. The Emperor Buddha Palace might have been tempted by the Nine Palace faction's suggestion, but in the end, they were not bewitched by Zhuo Tianxi. As for the Nine Raven Temple, we knew one thing from the beginning, that Zhuo Tianxi was playing with fire. Everything was just as I had predicted. Zhuo Tianxi was doomed to die for his evil deeds." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Although that Zhuo Tianxi is dead, I am afraid that Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will not let it go. However, the future is still unpredictable." The head divinity chief chuckled. Zhuo Tianxi was only a minor character in the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Now that he is dead, it is still unknown how the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will react. Even if the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect intends to interfere, I am afraid that in the future, they will still end up humiliating themselves. Qin Wushuang laughed. "The words of the head divinity chief makes me feel extremely ashamed. No need to be humble, young Master Wushuang. I know some skills to judge people. From your face, I see that you are a person with great fortune. Just how deep is this blessing? This old man's eyesight is poor, and I cannot see through it. I can only say that young Master Wushuang's fortune can soar through the galaxy and intimidate the 9 underworlds. The tone of the head divinity chief was extremely cautious and full of praise. Mixed with his serious eyes, Qin Wushuang did not doubt the sincerity of his words. It was the first time that Qin Wushuang had heard such words. He did not take it to heart and only thought that the head divinity chief was speaking out of courtesy. That second divinity chief had not spoken up until now. Suddenly, he laughed. Young Master Wushuang, my head divinity chief has always been very accurate in judging people. He has never missed anything when judging people. Thus, I am extremely optimistic about young Master Wushuang's future. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands and said, I am indebted to all the divinity chiefs for thinking so highly of me. I can only be grateful. That fourth divinity chief sneered, although the head divinity chief has never been wrong, this time, I have my reservations. If young Master Wushuang wants to be grateful, you should only be grateful to them, not to me. Qin Wushuang said, since fourth divinity chief has instructed, I will obey. The head divinity chief knew fourth divinity's personality. It would not be easy to convince him. He did not mind and only said to Qin Wushuang, young Master Wushuang, this time, I invited you to be my guest because of my own selfish motives. Selfish reason? Qin Wushuang did not understand. Yes, I am sincerely teaching young Master Wushuang the soul-scouring technique. I only hope to get a promise from young Master Wushuang. The head divinity chief slowly entered the main topic. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang became alert. He knew that the main topic of the banquet was about to begin. At the moment, he remained calm and collected. Please tell me, as long as it is reasonable, I will agree. The head divinity chief laughed. My request is that when the Stargaze Palace rises, I hope that you will not invade the other human countries like the 9 Palace faction. He was asking the other party not to dominate. Indeed, this request was not reasonable. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Wushuang glanced across the entire scene. He saw that all the higher-ups of the 9 Raven Temple were looking at him with a solemn expression. Besides the fourth divinity chief who had a cold smile, almost everyone else had the same expression. Qin Wushuang smiled freely. Why do you say this, head divinity chief? The head divinity chief said seriously, according to historical experience, whenever a powerful powerhouse rises, they will have the ambition to rule the human countries. Once this ambition grows, it would usually be the beginning of a disaster for the human countries. 10,000 years ago, there was a powerhouse that stood out from the rest. They went on expeditions and swept through the human countries. In the end, their ambition grew and they extended their tentacles too far. They offended the beast clan and triggered the desire to slaughter from all the major beast clans in the forbidden spiritual zones. In the end, it led to the disaster from 10,000 years ago. Qin Wushuang did not know much about the matters from 10,000 years ago. He only knew that one thing had happened and in the end, it led to the 10,000-year agreement. This was also the reason why the forbidden spiritual zones restrained each other and did not encroach on the land of the human nations. Or else, with the little powerhouses in the human countries, they would be extremely weak and would not be able to withstand a few attacks. Seeing Qin Wushuang remain silent, the head divinity chief said earnestly, in the human countries, stability is always better than chaos. If you want long-term stability, you must pursue stability. Once the situation becomes unstable, the survival of the entire human countries will also become unstable. It will lead to a disaster. Young Master Wushuang, my words are not insinuating that the Stargaze wants to rule, but to remind you. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Head divinity chief, indeed, I, Qin Wushuang, am obsessed with the pursuit of martial arts. However, he was not very interested in dominating the world. Although the rise of the Stargaze Palace and the ascension of the Great Luo Empire to an upper-ranking empire is somewhat ostentatious, it is a form of retaliation after being bullied by the 9 Palace. The intention is not to expand, but to better protect ourselves. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Only, The people of the Nine Raven Temple did not interact much with Qin Wushuang. They did not know much about Qin Wushuang's personality. Naturally, they still had some concerns and were not convinced by his official words. From the information they had collected, Qin Wushuang's methods were extremely vicious. When he dealt with the Great Wu and the West Chu, he beat them to the point where they could not even lift their heads. When he dealt with the Archaic Mysteries sect, he did not leave a single one of them alive, as he had annihilated their entire sect. The Nine Palace faction did not fare any better. From the head to the higher-ups, all of them were killed. Although each time they counterattacked in self-defense, Qin Wushuang's ruthless methods made the Nine Raven Temple, who had always advocated for peace, feel some pressure. The Nine Raven Temple was not interested in hegemony either. They had studied the history of the human countries deeply and knew that it was meaningless to rule in the human countries. Their existence was to ensure the stability of the human countries. They would not allow any major movements to occur and to avoid a disaster. Thus, the Nine Raven Temple had always kept a low profile and never acted ostentatiously. They were kind to others and were not as tyrannical as the Nine Palace faction. Vividly, the Nine Raven Temple had the mentality of a martial arts practitioner. After a moment of thinking, the head divinity chief nodded. The Nine Raven Temple has been investigating when the Nine Palace faction invaded the Stargaze Palace. Indeed, from beginning to end, the Stargaze Palace did not do anything wrong. It was the Nine Palace faction's unilateral provocation and bullying. Not to mention the fact that the Stargaze Palace had the power to fight back. Even those sects that did not have the power to fight back would not sit and wait for death. Because of this reason, the Nine Raven Temple will never wallow in the mire with the Nine Palace faction. Qin Wushuang nodded. I am grateful that the Nine Raven Temple did not take advantage of the situation. For this favor, the Stargaze Palace will remember it in our heart. Head Divinity Chief, are you worried that in the future, I, Qin Wushuang, will cause great waves in the human countries? The head divinity chief shook his head. I am not worried about young Master Wushuang. Instead, I am worried that your power will create a strong mentality in the people of the Stargaze Palace. As time passes, their ambitions will inevitably grow. On the contrary, I am not worried about you at all. It's because with your potential, your future stage will not be in the human countries. There are too many vast stages waiting for you to challenge. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. In the Stargaze Palace, from the head to the ordinary disciples, at least for now, I have not discovered anyone with such ambition. If the head divinity chief is worried, you can meet with the palace masters of the Stargaze Palace alone and sign an agreement to never attack each other. The entire world knows the character of the Stargaze Palace. Initially, if the Archaic Mysteries sect had not broken the agreement with the three Eastern Empires, the Stargaze Palace would not have broken the agreement. However, that fourth head laughed coldly. The Archaic Mysteries sect had broken the agreement, but what about the Dragon and Tiger sect? The Dragon and Tiger sect is also part of the three Eastern Empires, right? They did not break the agreement. When the Stargaze Palace rises, the Dragon and Tiger sect would be the first to be suppressed, right? Qin Wushuang said lightly. The agreement between the three empires stated that if foreign powerhouses were to invade, the three empires must unite and face the enemy together. Initially, when the Nine Palace faction invaded, the Dragon and Tiger sect did nothing and let the Stargaze Palace face the difficult situation alone. It almost caused my teacher, Tan Zhongqi, to lose his life. They did not break the agreement, but they also did not respect it. Since the content of the agreement is no longer valid, could it be that the Stargaze Palace still needs to defend? However, Qin Wushuang's tone carried some sharpness. On matters of principle, he would not yield an inch. P.S. I really want to curse out loud. Yesterday, it stopped at 18:30. Today, it stopped until now. Fortunately, I did not slack off during the day and used my notebook to write 2 chapters. Now, let's continue. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.